Hello and welcome to the Bond Revisited podcast with me, Tom.
And me, Joe.
The podcast where we rewatch the Bond films one by one, discuss them, and then rank them alongside the other Bond films to build our own definitive list for the Bond franchise. You are listening to episode 16, where I'll be revisiting the film License to Kill. So we're finally at this point of the last John Glenn film that he did. This is our fifth in a row, and I'm going to ask you, are you sad or excited to see John go?
Oh, I'm not sad at all. Sorry, John. I'm Glenned out. I'm Glenned out. This is just too much. It's too much. This film, I just got to the end and I'm like, thank goodness there was a 6-year gap and there was some problems with the rights or whatever led to that gap, because it was really needed.
Yeah, definitely. It's not like, when I look at the John Glenn films, it's definitely not my favorite era, but it is like another exhausting era, which is kind of sad because I feel like that's how we got with like at the end of Octopussy and the end of the Roger Moore era as well. It was like kind of a little bit exhausted of this and feel a little bit of that again already with License to Kill. Yeah,
it's just, we said it before, but he just stuck around too long. Too long, and it's a shame that, like, you're right. We're kind of getting this feeling. It's only Dalton's second film. I should really be liking this. I think in many ways it's better than what we saw last time, and I should be geared up for it. It's action-packed and all that sort of stuff, but I'm just not, because it has all the same problems that we've said before, and we're going to say them again, most likely.
Yeah, look forward to that. But yeah, and also it's the fact that for me, GoldenEye's right around the corner. I see Pierce Brosnan peeking around the corner saying, there's so many good things going on over here. There's a party over here. Don't hang out with that Tim. He's boring. He's old news. Come on over. New era over here. So little bit of that going on as well.
He's a beacon in the darkness of Glen.
Yeah.
Shining, luring us towards him.
Always shining. But still, saying that, we've started a little bit negative, which was my intention, I admit. But I was still a little bit excited to watch this film, because if you asked me before the rewatch, like, I didn't put this in top 5 or top bottom, like either of the Timothy Dalton films. I felt like both of them are probably just pretty middle. But I kind of feel like License to Kill has a little bit more going on. Or if you asked me before, I would have said, like, yeah, that film's got a bit more going on with the villain and the gore and things like that. So I was like, it's not my favorite Bond film, but I feel like I at least remember License to Kill, where before I didn't remember The Living Daylights at all.
Yeah, exactly the same. I always thought this was going to be the better film. Or maybe not better, but as you say, memorable at least. And I think that remains true. I do think there's a lot of things to like in this film. It's just, a lot of things that have just outstayed their welcome. Mainly, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, just the length.
Yes.
Just the length. Just too long.
Yeah, so it is 133 minutes, which is like 2 minutes longer than Octopussy was. I just don't. I've already made this joke, but seeing how John Glenn won't leave, I'm going to make it again. How did an editor be so bad at editing his own films when he was directing? It's like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I watched some of the deleted scenes for this as well.
You couldn't get enough. It needed more.
No. Well, I just wondered what on earth did they delete from this? And he even on the Blu-ray, he's there like introducing all the cut scenes and explaining why he got rid of them. And I'm just there thinking, maybe have a take 2? Like, what? Really? You got rid of this, but you didn't get rid of what stayed in the film? Mad.
It's interesting, yeah, because I've never looked at any of these deleted scenes, but I think you've done that quite a bit as we've gone along.
Yeah, just curious, but sometimes it is quite, I don't know, aggravating in a way. I wouldn't say there's any deleted scenes that are better, that should have stayed rather than something in, but it's just, he even says about, this didn't really add much, and we cut this for time, and then I'm there thinking, what would this have been like without this then? Blimey.
Yeah, the original cut must have just been rough.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But okay, let's get into it. Let's check out License to Kill.
Sure.
So, we start off and it's the Bond theme, but it's just been changed. And it like starts with something that doesn't sound like the Bond theme, and then the Bond theme actually properly starts. I have no idea why they made this change.
It really caught me off guard how
Yeah.
this starts. I was not expecting it, but it is like the most dramatic start we've had so far. Like these really like shrieking sounds, and they really amped it up, didn't they?
Yeah, I just don't quite understand it. Yeah, I think jarring is definitely the right word. It's just like, okay, all right, all right. Because it's still the circles, it's still the walk, it's still the Bond theme, but for some reason they just really wanted to throw you off, off your guard straight away.
I don't know what instrument it was. I put down in my notes timpani, thinking it's like a big drum sounding thing, but it really was like they just thought, right, we need to make this intro the most grandiose feeling yet, like really knuckle down people in their seats, and it just starts like seconds in. It's just crazy.
I don't know if it doesn't help that we have watched, like, this is our 16th one in a row now.
Oh, is it really? I hadn't noticed.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, it goes by quick when
Really?
Glenn's in charge.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you just get, it's kind of strange. And I think that's something that I might talk about later. I won't go into it too much, but I think there's a certain expectation with these Bond films now that we're at the 16th, and maybe License to Kill is a bit strange because it kind of very much goes against some of those. But
Yeah.
yeah, so we go to the first scene, which we see a plane in the sky, which has like a circle on top of it. I think that's meant to be like a radar dish or something, but it's just like this big flat circle on the roof. Didn't know what that was.
I didn't even see the circle.
Oh, okay. I think it might have just been there because there are I think there are two planes potentially, but we go inside the plane and we see some men working and looking at these radars and all technical, radios and beep boops, that sort of thing. And they say, this plane, another plane is changing course. So somebody in this plane is tracking a different plane, and they're saying the plane is changing course. So we go and see a plane that is leading, and these two guys are like Americans in the plane who are tracking the other plane. Maybe I should just say circle plane or something. It's not really that confusing. You don't really know what's going on, but there's some sort of operation where they're tracking a train and they're all like, oh, we're going to get him this this time. He's not getting away, by God. So then we cut to Bond, Felix, and another man who is called Sharky, I think.
Yeah, good old Sharky.
Yeah, I'm only calling him Sharky now because I don't know if you actually find out in this scene. I think you might find out later. But yeah, we see Bond, Felix, and a man called Sharky all in wedding gear, all looking very fancy, and they're all very happy in the back of this car. And I think Felix is like, have you still got the wedding ring? And Bond has the wedding ring. So yeah, they're all off to a wedding. And let me make sure I get this right, because then there's like a helicopter, I think. Unless there's not actually two planes and that was just the helicopter?
Oh, maybe they were tracking the helicopter.
Yeah.
Possibly.
But there must have been another plane. I only just saw this. I don't...
the helicopter that goes past Bond and Felix and that.
Yes.
Oh, that's the DEA.
I see. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a plane that's tracking another plane, but now we have a helicopter, but that's the DEA. And then I think it's also the DEA in the circle plane, and they're tracking some sort of bad guy. So we see... But I've got it that somebody gets garroted, like there's some garrote wire going on, but I honestly have no idea where or who.
One thing to note is that this scene, or the whole film really, this intro, it moves a mile a minute. I know we've said that before, but this is maybe the most example of that, the biggest example of that. It's just everything happens so quick. But
yes.
Yeah, there's at the same time this is going on, there's a group of bad guys that are breaking into a house and garroting a guy.
Yes, that's the one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's not actually that confusing when you watch it, and the whole point of this scene is that you don't really know what's going on. Like, that's very intentional. Just when you try and explain it back to someone, it cuts every 5 seconds between 3 different scenes because they're trying to have this very high energy, very exciting intro, which it's quite successful at doing, but it somewhat does that with this editing style, which means my notes jump around a lot because every 5 seconds the film jumps around a lot.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so we are in the Bahamas, we find out, and they are tracking a man called Sanchez. So the helicopter the DEA helicopter lands in front of Bond, Felix, and Sharky in the car, and the car stops, and the DEA tells Felix, Sanchez is here. The man you've been tracking, he's here. So he says, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get that done. I'm gonna take out Sanchez, go in the helicopter. Bond agrees to come as observer, and Sharky's all mad. He's like, where are you going? And they all just kind of fly off. So we see that the plane, the people who garroted the other people break into a house, and there's a man and a woman in bed. And they take the man out of bed, or Sanchez walks in, takes the man out of bed, and he is taken away. I think he says, go and take out his heart to his goons. And then his goons just take away the man, and we hear a man scream. And then the woman who's there is all sorry and crying and apologetic, and Sanchez just quite calmly lays her down and then says, you need to be punished for what you've done here. So gets a whip and then just starts whipping the woman in the back as she kind of cries. And I mean, it's a very effective way of establishing a villain, but it was also quite a lot for the first 2 minutes of your film.
Yeah, that's what threw me is, I mean, everyone talks about this film being darker, and everyone talks about the head popping scene, which we'll get onto, and just generally more violence. But I forgot it's really quick. And especially, I guess the point is, you've got the lovely wedding day and everyone's so happy and chirpy on one end, and then you have scenes like this, and it's just like, oh, geez, yeah, he that really is the villain.
Yeah, because it's not a million miles away from other villains, but they've clearly taken a big step forward. So whipping a woman as she cries, and a man, you don't see it, but a man having his heart pulled out. It's I don't know. I don't think they should have started so strong.
No.
You should have probably worked in those elements a little bit subtler, especially because it's a Bond film, right? If you're going to have these stuff in there, you kind of ease it in. Although we might sound like hypocrites when we get to Casino Royale, because that also was quite in your face, but it wasn't actually quite as brutal as this.
No, I think just coming from The Living Daylights, which was Timothy Dalton, but I think it was still kind of a leftover elements of the Roger Moore type films. Whereas this one, they have clearly tried to take a different tone right off the bat, and it's just quite they've kind of gone all in, maybe a bit too much, as you say.
Yeah, it made me think quite a bit about why does Casino Royale succeed in such a big tone change and being grittier and bloodier and that, and why does License to Kill fail in some of those aspects? And I don't think I really have a good answer, but it was something I was thinking quite a lot. And I think this straight away is probably why, especially because as far as we know, she's just an innocent woman being whipped. It's not a bad guy being killed. It's just a woman and an innocent dude as far as we know.
Yeah.
So we then see Sharky, the man who was at the car. He arrives at the wedding and runs in, and the bride of the wedding is like, where is he? And Sharky has to be like, he's not here. So we then go back to the helicopter where Bond is getting a gun from Felix, who is heading towards the house, we presume. And then we cut again to Sanchez, who is taking the woman who was whipped out of the house. They get in the Jeep. They drive away. As the Jeep is driving away, we see Sanchez just jump off the Jeep and hide a little bit. So as that's happening, the helicopter is landing. Bond is told to stay at the helicopter as Felix and the DA agents go to storm the house. And we get a very awkward shot of the agents and Felix running towards the camera with their guns. It's like something from Baywatch. It's that just doesn't look very good.
I don't know. That never happens again in the film either. That sort of shot. It just sticks out like a sore thumb. I guess they were taking on board the sort of 80s action films of the time, but just only for there, nowhere else. It really is kind of a strange creative choice for that one shot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what to exactly reference. I said Baywatch, but of course this also happens in action films. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's 80s, maybe a Miami Vice or something.
Yeah, but the thing is usually with that it would be Rambo or something, right? Young, muscly Sylvester Stallone. In this one, we've got a 60-year-old Felix. It's doesn't quite equal.
Now, if they did it with Q, then you'd be onto something.
Oh, no, that would be, yeah. Oh yeah, on some sort of gadget or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I want to see. And we get a lot of Q, so it could have happened.
yeah.
But anyway, so let's try and get this right, I think. So the Jeep arrives and starts shooting at them. So this is the Jeep without Sanchez, but his goons. So they start all shooting, and the helicopter that Bond's inside starts lifting off to go chase the Jeep, but Bond jumps out of the helicopter. Don't remember why. I guess it's not important. So the Jeep then charges that Bond, which Bond just shoots the front of, and that causes it to crash. And we see all the men who was inside just run away, I think. They just run off. And the woman who was in the Jeep is left in the Jeep. Bond goes up to her and is like, do you need any help? But she just says, like, go away, leave me alone, get out of here. So while this is happening, we then see the plane from before, the plane that was being tracked, starting to lift off, of which Felix and the DA agent go to chase it. And inside the plane, we see Sanchez. So when Sanchez jumped off the Jeep, he then went into this plane, and now he's about to fly off, and we get a very cocky Sanchez in the cockpit, all smiling and waving there. So the helicopter comes back, which allows Bond and Felix and everyone to get back on, and they go and chase the plane. So now we've got the plane and the helicopter with the helicopter chasing. So Bond comes up with this idea. He puts on a parachute and says, let's go fishing. And there's a big hook on this helicopter, because now they're both just flying in the sky. And the helicopter flies above the plane. They then hook up Bond. He then gets lowered down onto the plane. He then ties up the plane. And then, well, the Bond theme is playing alongside all of this. Worth saying, I think. And also, it's quite a bit longer. Like, I'm rushing through this a little bit because so much happens, but it is quite a long scene of Bond being lowered on, trying to, like, is he going to be able to grab onto the plane properly with the Bond theme playing? But of course he does. So he ties it all up, and then they say, pull up, and the helicopter pulls up, which causes the plane to then pull up, so it starts pointing downwards, and it's tilting forward, so they've captured the guy, or Sanchez, in the plane. And Bond and Felix realize we got to get to this wedding. So Bond's got a parachute and Felix has a parachute. Felix jumps out of the helicopter towards Bond, turns on his parachute, or not turns on, just launches his parachute. Bond launches his parachute. They land down exactly where the wedding is taking place.
That's fortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, it worked out, I think. And the bride is very happy and crying, and everyone applauds as they land down and join in on the wedding, because this is Felix's wedding. So it's Felix that was getting wedding and Bond was his best man. So they all hug, everyone claps, and there we go. So it's certainly an exciting opening.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I would say it's my favorite, but it's very action-packed and it's very in your face. And, on paper, I do quite like it because it also ties into the plot. Like Sanchez, this is the guy. And also, it's a pretty cool little set piece here. I do think I'm a little bit sick of the planes and the helicopter stuff. Like, I get they only have so many things that they can do, but I feel like in the John Glenn era especially, it feels like in every single one of the films, it needs to have some sort of air stunt with parachutes and planes and things like that. And we've had quite a lot of them, and I wouldn't say this one was particularly better than some of the other ones that we've had. But still, it's exciting. And I like these kind of high energy, action packed openings that also set up the main plot and the villain. So it's pretty good. It's not my favorite, but yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good too. It's relentless. Like, it's just you don't have a second to breathe with this intro, and some people might really like that. I don't hate it. I just think it does suffer a bit from trying to explain a bit too much. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I guess you needed that, like the bit with the woman. You needed that to kind of understand who she is, and then that she tried to escape before. And it does all link into the later plot, I guess. It's just, you said, like, it does cut back and forth quite a lot. And sometimes I just wish it was just a bit simpler and just kept it to the core stunt, which is a good stunt. I like the whole fishing and hooking a plane in the sky. That's neat. I think, just suffers a bit from trying to cram in a bit too much information. But one thing I do like, and we do see this throughout the rest of the film, is that this film loves its villain. Like Sanchez is in this film probably the most any villain has ever been in a Bond film.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Yeah.
It's great because he's a good villain and he's a good actor. Robert Darby, I think his name is, the actor. But even from the get-go, he's in so much. And he always has this sort of, like in this scene where he's escaping, obviously, you got like a nice little smirk to him as he's getting away and then he's caught. He's got a great presence straight off the bat.
Yes, of course. Because I guess when you first watch this film, you don't know. Like, I don't think you 100% know, especially because they don't introduce villains this way. Not in this way of like, oh, there's this guy and they capture him. Like, this could have just been a random person that they capture who then is like the henchman or something, right? Like, but so that little uncertainty I think is quite nice. Although, we both knew who this guy was. But I kind of like the idea of when you were first watching this film, perhaps you're not too sure because he just gets captured. And that kind of does create a good amount of intrigue going into the main film itself, which I quite like as well.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think about Bond in the wedding gear, though?
I do like it. I think it's some shots it's mainly the bit where he is being lowered down on the helicopter, and I just think no one looks flattering in that sort of thing. Like, all the it's all tight around the sleeves, and his hair is being pushed down from the rotor blades. It doesn't look the best, but I think Bond in the wedding outfit overall, great. I mean, it's a nice little kind of visual twist to add this and have it be Felix's wedding at the same time.
I have to agree about the hair, though. It's such a silly thing to point out, but his hair isn't like massively different from the Living Daylights, but it's different enough that sometimes it just looks really weird and flat, like it's being pushed down, and he just looks sad or something. Like it doesn't look right, like it's cut weird.
Yeah, no, there were numerous points in this film, not just now.
Numerous
points where I just thought his hair looks weird.
Yeah, I had the same.
I never thought that about Roger Moore, really. So
you were too busy looking at the face.
Too busy looking at the weird eyes in A View to a Kill. No, sometimes his hair looked weird. I don't know. They permed it wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, Timothy. I'm sure your hair looks great now, being 70, but back then, not the best for Bond.
No.
Anyway, let's carry on. Let's stop judging this poor man. It then goes into the title sequence of the film, which is my domain usually to start with, and I'm finding less and less to say about with these. I think until we get to the next film where they, we start to get some CGI and everything. Although I will say, this might be one of my favourites, or at least one of my favourites in a long time. In terms of visually, it's not too dissimilar to A Living Daylights, I would say. It's definitely polished. But I did like the kind of visual cues they use more, and I think they all kind of blended a bit more together. And it's not groundbreaking stuff that you're seeing on screen. It's really just like, describe Bond. Okay, well, we have a gun barrel, which they kind of cleverly use as an aperture of a camera as well, like that same sort of pattern. Casinos, so you get the roulette wheel, you get betting table, crosshairs, yep, you got those. Women, yep, you get those. But it's all, I don't know, unlike previous ones, I think this one had just a better vision to it overall. And it was just a bit more colourful as well.
Well, I think it's trying to do something that The Living Daylights did, which is that more kinetic, energetic, like things are moving more. But where I think in the last one, it was a lot of like the camera was moving and swooping a little bit. This one was more, let's have things be in other things and then like transition to that. So as you say, the beginning is a woman holding the camera, but then inside the camera, like, is where you get a shot, and then you like, I think, zoom into that potentially. Or they do a lot of those sort of things. It's shots inside things. And I think that works quite well. And I think that's probably where that feeling of it being more cohesive came from. Like they spent a little bit more time like adding in a few of those transitions. Not a ton, but kind of enough to tie it together. So yeah, this is probably the last one in this kind of era of openings. I felt like A View to a Kill, Living Daylights, and this one are all somewhat similar.
Yeah.
And I probably did like the Living Daylights a little bit more, just because it was just a bit, it was a bit more energetic and I guess a bit more all over the place. And I kind of liked that in a weird way. But you're right, this one is more coherent. It comes together a little bit more. it doesn't really introduce anything new visually compared to the other ones, but it's definitely a bit more polished, a little bit more put together. So this is, I guess, what you kind of expect by this point, right? When a team that's done so many of these is asked to do another one, and they just don't really have any ideas. They just put together a quite solid version of it for this.
I know why you like to Living Daylights more. You love the giant glass of champagne with a woman in it.
I did like it. It's great.
Great stuff. Yeah, I don't know. They could have used, I don't know, maybe something like cocaine. Maybe they're a bit much for the title sequence. But that is a main theme of the film. And like gasoline and fire. I don't know. We do get a lot of fire in this film, so it's a bit weird that it's not in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's an important point. Still not themed.
No, still not themed. But they used to, and then they've gone back. I don't know why.
No clue. I
suppose you could argue the camera was a little bit of a theme. Just a little bit.
Where does that tie in? There is a camera, but it's not that big of a film. Or that big of a part of it. It's just there's a camera gun. Yeah, so that means there's a ton of cameras in this opening sequence here.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's all you're getting. Song-wise, this song was License to Kill by Gladys Knight. And very different to what we had the last two times, where they were more sort of popish, electronic sounding songs. Very, very 80s sounding. This is a sound, well, kind of late 80s, I suppose, in a way still, but in a different way. To me, it's kind of Goldfinger vibes, because Gladys Knight, she's like a very big voice. She's very booming. She can hold a note in a like really long and great sort of vocal presence. But it does have those elements of Goldfinger, where it's got like big kind of horn sounds, and I think it works really well as a kind of taken inspiration from Goldfinger, but making it more fitting with the times. Like it still works, and in fact, I would happily listen to License to Kill. I think it's a really good song.
Well, yeah, it's very much less modernized the old 60 themes for the 80s. Because you still have those horns, as you say, but yeah, they add in other elements that still feel quite distinctively 80s, or at least like late 80s, early 90s, right? Because we're going out in 1989 with this one, so we're actually just about to come out of the 80s and transition to the early 90s. So you get that type of sound, which isn't bad. And this is one of those songs for me that when it first comes on, I'm like, yes, this is great. And I think when you first start this off and you hear those big horns and the big opening part of it, it's exciting. And that first chorus, which is all very big, with her voice singing as well. But by the time I get to the end of it, I'm just like a bit sick of it already. Like even in this one, I don't like that second chorus where they kind of like build it up and it sounds different. It's like sounds like it's tripping over itself. So it's like, I like the intro, I like the first verse, I like the first chorus, but I'm kind of done with the song by that point. So I don't dislike it. And especially because the full song is like 5 minutes long as well. Yeah. Which we don't get the full version, but it's like, yeah, I kind of like was done by it. By the time that second chorus came in and it was mixing it up, I was like, I'm not that into it as much as I was when it first came on.
That's not surprising, because if we do take this as a modernized Goldfinger, imagine if Goldfinger was that long.
Oh, that'd be awful.
It would be awful. Like, thankfully, I still wouldn't like listen to it outside of Bond, but it is short, and it knows when to stop. But yeah, I kind of guess that would be the natural conclusion if you were to lengthen it, and that's kind of what this is in a way.
Yeah, but it's just interesting that they did this then. I think it was a good idea after 280 song, kind of doing a let's go back to basics but also update it. I think that was smart. It's just interesting that they actually did that. That is not what I thought they would do. I thought they would kind of continue along this path, but it's nice. It's nice to have two films that did one sort of style and then the next film does a different sort of style, and this leads quite naturally into the next song, GoldenEye, which is, well, we'll get there, but yes, but it's nice that they're not just sticking to their guns. Like, we could have had 10 years of like 80s pop, synth pop, but I'm glad we didn't. Even though I really like both those songs, I'm glad they weren't afraid to do something different from the last ones.
It's a shame we didn't have any early 90s Bond films. Could you imagine some rave music as the theme?
I thought you were going to go like Nirvana or something.
All that, yeah, some grunge as well. Oh, Think of what we missed. Anyway.
Shame.
Yeah, so anyway, we get back into the film, and it starts off with, we see what's happened to Sanchez, who has obviously been caught in the pre-title sequence. He is in some sort of interrogation question room, being questioned by the DEA, and this American agent is there, basically reeling off his list of crimes and how many counts that they've got him for and how many years he's going to spend in prison. Although, Sanchez seems pretty unfazed by this. He's cool as a cucumber. I think he basically knows that he's going to be fine, and then he starts to offer a bribe. I think what the American agent guy says, like, no $1 million bribe is going to save you, and then Sanchez says, well, how about 2? And I think the agent still says no. He's going to jail. So we're going to Guantanamo or somewhere like that. But yeah, obviously doesn't quite happen like that. But anyway, as that's going on, we cut back to the wedding. The lovely wedding that's happening in the Bahamas. Felix, and we haven't really mentioned, but yeah, Felix is the same Felix from Live and Let Die, by the way. He's a lot older now, but it is the same actor.
He doesn't look as bad as I thought he would.
No, not at all.
Considering you saying he's 60, he looks very good for 60, but it's just, I think we've already said this, bizarre choice to do this. Very bizarre.
Yeah, all the times they could have done this, and now they choose to bring back Felix and have some element of consistency. Very, very strange. But yeah, at the wedding, Bond is with the bride, Della, having a little kiss. Apparently it's good luck or something like that. Kiss the groom. And she asks Bond to go get Felix because it's time to cut the cake. So Bond goes and finds Felix in his office where he is, he's like still working. It's his wedding day, but he's a busy man. He takes his role very seriously because he's there behind his desk talking to this lady who is very quickly introduced as Pam, but she leaves pretty much instantly. I think he gives her a bit of paper or something like that, and then off she goes. And Bond is summoning Felix to come cut the cake, and there's a little bit of a back and forth between how lucky they were to catch Sanchez. He usually never makes an appearance, and his some big crime drug lord from South America. Where he rules. Sanchez's law down there, and so it was a really lucky break to get him. Felix is writing up a report of all the stuff that's going on, like the whole mission, on his computer, and he takes the disc out. This is an important thing to note. He takes the disc out and puts it in a photo of the bride, his wife, Della, kind of like in the back of it, and then puts the photo back for safekeeping. And they go to cut the cake.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time in this office. Well, not a lot of time here, but like this house seems like a place they just keep going back and forwards to.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think
it's a nice house.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice house, but yeah, I think this is like Bond comes back later, then he comes back like again. It's it's a little bit of a back and forth.
Yeah. Oh, and I think the agent guy appears as well very briefly and says like, "Hey, we're gonna go transport Sanchez now. Go take him away."
Yeah, he comes in because it's all supposed to be very happy. Not only is Felix getting married, but he also arrested Sanchez. He somehow got him. So that guy's going to congratulate him as well.
Yeah, I think Felix offers him a drink, but there's no time. It's too busy.
Too busy.
So, as Sanchez is being loaded up into the back of a van to be taken to the prison, and there's all these reporters there, and he's a bit of a celebrity, I guess, and he's really loving it. Like, he's smiling to the camera and everything like that. And we see back at the wedding, Felix and Della give Bond a gift. And it's a lighter, a nice engraved, genuine Felix lighter, I suppose, engraved with a little message from them. And that comes into play for very later on. But very nice gift from them. And we do see, we go back to the transportation of Sanchez and the agent, who I did write down his name. His name's Kilifer. Don't know when that's mentioned. Kilifer. He's the one, so he's the same guy that was interrogating Sanchez or questioning him. He's in the front, and Sanchez is in the back of this van. And in the front of the car, Kilifer uses the stub of his gun to knock out the driver and basically crash the van off this bridge into the sea where it starts to sink. And this is sort of the cue for Sanchez's men, who are like scuba divers, to come out and rescue Sanchez from the back of the van, give him an oxygen tank, load him up into this little mini sub that's down there, and Kilifer as well. They help him out. And yeah, so it turns out he did accept the bribe and he sabotaged the trip.
Yeah, nice little twist there, I suppose, because I felt like they were setting up that the other guy was going to betray them, because when when Sanchez was being questioned, you had Kilifer and somebody else. And when the guy said 2 million, or when Sanchez says 2 million, the other guy's like, And then Kilifer's all like, oh, you're not getting away with this, blah, 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 blah. But no, it's actually Kilifer the one. So nice little twist.
A little twist, but also Kilifer does look like a bit of a weasel. You know,
Yeah.
he has that face of him, like he would betray me if he was offered $2 million.
And also it's quite interesting because, I think, I can't remember if you said or not, to be honest, but you do get this idea that Sanchez is a celebrity here, where all the press are taking pictures and they're just what they want pictures. They're like, hey, let's have a picture. So he's not actually treated by the people as this evil man. He's just kind of treated as the guy in charge. It's quite interesting. This villain straight away with all these little nods here and how he's kind of in control of everything. It's what I guess is implied from other Bond villains, but this is someone very public facing, and it does straight away, very different vibe.
Yeah, like he's in it. We've never really seen a villain escape like this before. Actually, having said that, now I'm now racking my brain. Have we? Possibly, but this is, as you say, it's all planned. Like he knows what he's doing. He has all the strings, puppet strings, and everything. So it's kind of it's interesting to see this.
It's nice. A lot of this stuff, though, did make me think, I think even this early on was about Breaking Bad. Maybe it's just because this guy is called Sanchez and it's all about drugs, but I feel like this type of scene of him just kind of being very calm and then breaking out is something we have seen a ton since, and potentially before, but this is a very kind of cliche at this point. Drug lord gets arrested and just bribes a US agent to free him, and he has this very smooth operation, and it's not bad, but it's not Breaking Bad. So it does feel a little bit lesser in comparison to that, but not really bad at all. It was just kind of interesting to see this film where it's just something we've seen a ton since.
Oh, this whole trope is so overdone now. I mean, even Skyfall had it with what's his face? Oh, I forgot his name. That's bad.
Ask me again in like 8 weeks.
Yeah, that guy, he escapes and he has everything planned out. It's like kind of Joker-esque, isn't it, with that sort of thing where, just as you say, completely calm and collected. They know what's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, as that's going on, well, later on at night, the reception's over, the party's over. Della and Felix are outside their house, and Della offers James the garter that she's wearing as a little tradition of next one to get married sort of thing, and Bond is very adamant, firm no to that. Just no words, no explanation, just no, and leaves in his car and leaves. And Della says afterwards, "Oh, did I say something wrong?" And hopefully, as an audience, you would know what's going on. But then Felix does kind of spell it out and say that he was married once, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah, which with the continuity of these films, I think Felix had to say that. But
yeah,
it also, I found her character so odd. Not her in specifically, but like her relationship with Bond, because they imply to be such close friends. But it's like, really, you didn't know he has a dead wife? Like, really, you didn't know that? Like, I did not buy that these two were close at all, even though they do present it that these two are like, super close friends, dancing with each other, laughing with each other at the wedding. Just didn't buy it.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see Bond being very tight-lipped about this, and maybe Felix being the only one that knew. But equally, they do put a lot of emphasis on them two having a grand old time together. So yeah, she's just put her foot in it, didn't she?
I think that's my problem. They focus on it so much, them dancing and stuff, and I know why. It's to make it hurt more when what happens. But I think they did a better job with Felix. I bought Felix and Bond being very pally, despite this being an older Felix and one from Live and Let Die, and Timothy Dalton like only being a second film. I actually think they did a pretty good job of their relationship and bouncing back and forth. And I think a lot of that is the acting. I think the actors said it quite well. I just didn't buy the woman. I didn't buy those two. But I think they did do a good job with Felix and Bond, feeling like old friends hanging out. I think they did a good job there.
Yeah, I agree. And Tom, you don't have to worry about the bride for very much longer.
Yeah,
okay.
That problem really solves itself.
It really does, because Bond leaves. Felix and Della go back inside, back into the bedroom, and there's some men in there. There's some men that have broken in, and they knock out Felix and from behind, and they grab her, and oh no, what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's quite harrowing, this. Like, it's just
Very
something
quick.
you never expect to see in a Bond film, ever.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think, okay, someone being captured, very Bond, right? That's totally fine. But there's something about there's people on their wedding day and these characters that you know and have been established and are friends of Bond entering their own home and having these men being there and just grabbing them. I think it's just, it's quite unsettling. It's effective in what it's trying to do, but it was quite unsettling for me. But luckily, the next scene is quite a nice one, so that's really nice scene we got coming up. So we cut to a warehouse, which is kind of on the docks by the ocean. You know, we're still in the Bahamas here, so lots of stuff is by docks in the ocean. So we see a warehouse, and we have Sanchez in an office inside the warehouse, and we have a man who has a mustache, whose name is Milton Kress. I don't know if we find that out here, but I never know when we hear names in these films. I couldn't tell you. I'm sure I always miss it the first time.
To begin with, before I knew his name, he was Head Pop Man to me. That was in my notes, Head Pop Man.
Pop-up pirate, maybe. So Crest and Sanchez. That's something I quite like about the name Sanchez, though, because I do trip up on names, but Sanchez is like, quite a, what's the word would we say? Not stereotypical name, but a very common name. So I think that's quite useful. Like, I don't even know if you ever really see his full name all that much. I'm sure you do at some point, but throughout the whole film, it's Sanchez, Sanchez, Sanchez. You're always hearing Sanchez. So it's like, oh, that's Sanchez that I've heard so much about. So I appreciate that, at least.
Yeah, you can't miss him.
No. So Crest and Sanchez are talking, and the Crest is saying about how we should get to Cuba. We should get out of here because Sanchez recently was arrested but has now escaped. So he's saying we need to get out of here and forget the US agent Kilfer, I think he said. But Sanchez saying, I made a deal with this man and I think loyalty is important. So I'm going to honor the deal and give him his $2 million. So the Kilfer enters the room. Sanchez gives him a big old suitcase and gives him $2 million in 20s. And they then step outside and we see this is like some sort of fish lab type place. It's a warehouse, but there's a ton of fish tanks everywhere. And we also see a big hunk of meat tied to this rope nearby as well. So Felix is there, held up by two henchmen. He's a little bit like passed out and woozy, and he's all been tied up. So Sanchez approaches Felix, and one of the men says, "Oh, we gave your wife a nice honeymoon." He goes like moon for some reason, which is like, it's quite a horrible scene. But that was weird. What an odd person. Because Felix.
What an odd man. That's what's his face? Benicio del Toro, a very young one. Very kind of like this is one of his very first films. Kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, because of course he's in this scene, isn't it? Yeah, I always get that confused. What's the name of his character?
Oh, Dario.
Dario. Yes. Okay. So Sanchez has. So we've got Sanchez, the guy in charge. We've got Cress, who's an older man who's also kind of in charge of this drug operation. Then we've got Dario, one of the henchmen. And also we got Kilfer, the US agent, who's there as well. So Felix, asks where's my wife, and the man Dario says we gave her a nice honeymoon. and which Sanchez then says, this is nothing personal, this is just purely business. So they hook the meat up to this rope and tie it up to Felix, and then the floor underneath completely opens up nearby, and we see a big old shark in the water. And the meat is thrown, so there's like this, it's not a hook, or maybe it is a hook, but the rope is attached to Felix and the hunk of meat, and then it's kind of swung over, let's say, a hook. And the meat is like lowered into the water, which pulls Felix up. And then we see the shark take a big old chunk out of the meat, which reduces the weight of the meat. So now that Felix is heavier, he then gets lowered into the water where the shark is. So Sanchez is saying how we're not going to kill you. This isn't the end of you, my friend, or, all that sort of stuff. Because Felix is like, what if you're going to kill me? Just kill me. But he's like, we're not going to kill you. So Felix has his legs hanging into the water and is screaming, see you in hell, and all that, of which the shark bites Felix and he starts screaming. And then we cut to some shots of everyone just laughing around. And we see Cress, the older man, is looking very disgusted, and Kilfler, the agent, looks like he's going to be sick and disappears. And that's it. So it's not the most gory scene in the film, sadly. But yeah, it is pretty horrific. So you don't really see Felix's legs being removed, but you do see his legs in the water with him screaming with I guess a bit of blood. I think you do see blood in the water. And
yeah,
it's just a little bit too much. There was just, I think you could have done this idea. I think you could have done it, but I think the hunk of meat, they're really trying to go for this little bit more, not of a horrify, but more of this thriller. So just the imagery of this massive hunk of meat in itself is quite unpleasant. And then to see a man get lowered into a water and have his legs bit off by sharks, it's I do think you could have done this idea. There was just a very real effort to get gross meat and blood in your face, so you kind of feel it a little bit more. And I've watched way gorier films than this, and it's been fine. It just felt a little bit too out of place here. I think you could have done this scene and toned that stuff down, and it would have been more effective, and I probably would have enjoyed it a little bit more.
We've said in the past how sometimes it's a horror lesson 101, right? Sometimes what you don't see is better, because what your mind comes up with can often be 10 times worse than they can show on film. And in the previous Bond films, I think have done that in some examples. Even a View to a Kill, I said about when they did it with the pressure valve. That's such a good way of doing it. I'm going to be honest. I did pause and I did want to check what you actually saw on screen. I'm that sort of person, all right?
Oh,
Judge me all you want.
I knew it. I know it from episode 1. I knew it.
I've been waiting all this time. Just wait until I get to the head popping scene. No, you do see a stump. You see a stump. So you definitely see a missing leg, albeit very briefly, amidst lots of blood. So they really, they didn't shy away from amping up the violence here and the gore on screen, as you've mentioned. And I think one of the things that is not even the stuff you see itself being that bad, but more also the idea of this is happening to Felix as well, which is generally you would regard as a very safe character in the Bond universe. Bond gets allies all the time in films, sure, but you kind of know which allies are going to be the ones that are going to be killed off because they're very temporary, they're new, they're just of the area. This is Felix. He's been in the films for many, many years now, and even he's not safe in this one, which definitely adds to the drama of it all.
But also, in other films, when he's had allies and things like that, and people have been killed, Dr. No had a man being burnt alive, for goodness sake. That happened in the very first one back in the 60s. But they die. They die. They're just in the way and they get killed. And maybe they're a bit too casual about it. But even then, the fact that they are more casual about it means that you kind of you feel it a little bit, but it is what it is. This is someone being maimed. This is not Felix being killed by Sanchez. This is him being disfigured by Sanchez using a shark.
Yeah.
And I think they could have had this film and had it all be exactly the same if Sanchez actually just killed Felix. And I think maybe in some ways that might have worked a little bit better. because I don't know why they kept him alive. Like, what was the point of bringing this actor back just to then keep him alive by the end of the film? Like, were they planning for the next film to have Felix in a wheelchair being, "What's up, Bond? I'm still here." Like, the continuity of it feels very strange because there was no follow-up to this at all. It was just Felix gets his legs bitten off in a really horrific way. I think it might have just worked if he just died instead, honestly.
Yeah, I just don't think they were there yet in terms of that sort of decision. I think that was just too much. And I guess maybe he would have like a gadget-laden wheelchair in the next film. Q whipped him up something. But it's like we don't see. I don't think is Felix in any of the Pierce Brosnan films.
I don't think so. No,
I don't think he is he? I don't know. But yeah, it was a strange decision just to keep him around until pretty much the end of the film when he comes back briefly. But yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I just don't understand the reasoning behind it. I think you could have had this be a little bit more in tone with the other Bond films, but also still make it a personal revenge story for Bond by having Sanchez kill Felix instead.
Yeah, I guess it could still be revenge if Felix died, but the fact that Felix lives and we're very soon about to find out that his wife didn't, kind of then sets up that symmetry of Bond and what happened to him, and then that's an element of the revenge idea to it. So I can understand why they kept him alive, but I don't really think it makes much difference.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just thinking more in terms of like still having this story but not going so hard on the gore. And of course there's many ways of doing that, but I think an older Bond film would have just had his ally be killed and then Bond wanting to avenge his ally. I mean, we had that in the last film, literally in the last film, with Saunders being killed and Bond wanting revenge. Like, that literally happened last time, so I guess they just wanted to step it up a bit. But yeah, this is always the scene I feel this one more than the head popping stuff because it is Felix, and it's always the one I kind of don't really look forward to. And again, I can take a bit of gore, I can watch a horror film or whatever and be okay, that's all right. Not that I'm super into those type of films, but it's not the fact like, oh no, blood on screen, I'm upset about it. It's like, no, tonally, this just feels very strange. And I don't think it quite works. I think in my head, though, because I had high expectations of this being really gory and horrible, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. But yeah, I just don't like this direction. I don't like how hard they went in this direction, how much effort they put into having gore and blood on the screen. And I think it would have been better toned down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a lot of the negative reception to this film when it was released, was that very comment. Like, it just went a bit too far. After Felix gets his leg nibbled off, we cut to, well, nibbled is a bit that makes it seem like
like a squirrel. Yeah.
Hey, the shark was hungry. We cut to the airport where Bond is about to leave. He heads up to the check-in desk and is handing over his passport for the tickets and everything. And the lady behind the receptionist, basically overhears something, and there's like some drama going on through the radio. And she says that apparently some big drug lord has just escaped, which obviously sets alarm bells in Bond's head. So he runs back, just ditches the tickets and runs back into the car or to a taxi, and heads back to Felix's house. You're saying about we see this house a lot. We really do. Yeah, he heads back in, and the place has been trashed. Like, it's all like, messed up. Everything's broken. He heads into the bedroom where he sees Della, who is on the bed, kind of just collapsed, and yeah, she's dead. I forgot that they did kill her actually in this film.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either.
Yeah, I thought she's been knocked out or something. Does she come back? But no, she's dead. She is dead.
Yeah, she's Della, more like Deadler.
Oh,
too soon.
Too soon. No, I will say that I think this whole scene that we're getting is a setting up for Bond's revenge, right? But immediately, I don't know if you caught this, but the way that he opens the door to the bedroom and sees Della on the bed, and he shouts Della, but I don't know why they decided to keep this particular take. The way he says it just has no emotion in it at all, or at least the wrong sort of emotion. Did you catch anything weird about the way he says Della?
I don't think so.
Oh man, it's just me. But he kind of just goes like, you'd think he would, like, I don't know, not scream it, but there would be some very raw emotion coming through.
Well, like
but instead it,
like Stella from Stella, Della.
yeah, but instead he just kind of goes Della,
Della.
and then it's such a minor thing to know, but I just think like this is meant to be it, and it's just what a way to start the scene. Just a little Della. Oh, okay. Oh, what's going on? In the main room, he spots a body on the sofa, all wrapped up, and he opens it, and it's Felix, who looks dead, but he starts to sort of come to very, very early, like kind of making some sounds and breathing. So yeah, he's not dead, but Bond does spot a bit of paper on him with a note where it says something like he disagreed with something. No, something
No, yeah, he.
I should have wrote it down.
He disagreed with something that ate him.
Oh, that's it, right? Yeah, the old switcheroo. And Bond calls for an ambulance on the phone, and then so this whole scene is like he's obviously meant to be very angry in this scene. One of his best friends has been attacked and his wife has been killed, and I think Timothy Dalton does a decent job of like setting up what is going to be this whole revenge plot here, or at least a very early start to it anyway. But I don't know, I just feel like a lot of this film, particularly in the next scene we're going to get in hospital, something about the way this film is shot, it doesn't seem very cinematic at times. I don't know how to describe it because it's not like a television show, but it just doesn't have the big screen feel for a lot of scenes. I don't know whether it's just the way it was shot or the camera or whatever, but I think this is one of those scenes that I think could have been better.
It could be. It doesn't help that they keep going back to this house.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just this house set that just fell a bit off.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he does a decent enough job here. It's just, I don't buy it. I just don't. It goes back to what I think about Bond and Della. Like, they introduced this random woman. Well, she's not a random woman. That's not fair. But introduced Felix's wife, and then Bond sees her and gets all upset and mad, and you're kind of supposed to buy it. And it's like, I just kind of don't. Like, at all. Because that's who Bond sees and gets upset about. He's not really that upset about Felix.
He is fine. Yeah, just stitch that right up.
Yeah. Well, he actually looks and says, Felix Leiter, well, you are now without legs. I was like, that's a bit of a weird.
Oh, so you did watch the deleted scenes?
I did. John Glenn was like, I really wanted to get that in. But yeah, he seems more upset and like shaken. He's got like red eyes and stuff about her rather than Felix. And I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's the 80s and you couldn't have a man be upset about a woman friend. like he had to. You can't cry over a man. Friends don't cry over each other. Like, no.
Oh, yes.
I wonder if there was a bit of gruff. Oh, Bond wouldn't do that. But a pretty lady, oh, now he's mad. You've done it now.
They've gone too far this time.
This is out of order. Felix, you'll be fine. But this is too far. I mean, it's effective in what it does. It's still overall effective in terms of setting it up. I just kind of wish that maybe if it just focused on Felix, I think that would have been strong enough by itself. Especially because, yeah, what happens to this woman, you don't know. It's a little bit ambiguous. So I don't think you needed that aspect to it.
Next up, we're in the hospital where Felix is getting treated, or is in the bed anyway, and the doctor says that he'll pull through, like he'll keep the arm and the leg had to be amputated or something like that. So yeah, Felix is okay, everyone. Don't worry. He comes back many, many, many years later.
Oh, he's great. He's doing really well.
Yeah. Never mind his wife's dead. But Bond is there with Sharky in the hospital room, as well as one of the DEA agents that we saw before. Not the one who betrayed in the room with Sanchez. And he's basically there telling Bond that, yeah, Sanchez has escaped, but they're not going to do anything about it. It's out of their jurisdiction now. He's left. He's back in Cuba or South America, so they can't do much. And Bond is obviously very angry at this, and he wants revenge for what happened to Felix. So yeah, he's going to have to do it on his own, from the sounds of it.
Yeah, there's also a little thing here where the agents who are investigating what happened here says, it's probably just a chainsaw. They probably just sawed off his legs. You see it all the time. But Sharky says, that ain't no chainsaw. Trust me, I'm called Sharky. That was a shark bite. So Bond does know what it was.
He does, yeah. Now that begs the question. Very similar to A View to a Kill with Scarpine or Scarpine, the man with the scar.
Yeah.
How was Sharky his natural name? And he's like, right, well, I should know about sharks then. Or what came first?
I gotta go
We'll
buy
never
some
know.
books or something.
We need some Sharky lore.
Yeah, all jokes aside, it's really dumb that it's called Sharky. This is like one of the dumbest names we've had for an ally. Probably not the dumbest name we've had for any characters. You know,
I know.
We've had some dumb ones, but for like Sharky, really?
Yeah, Sharky.
Sure.
He knows his stuff. So, yeah, they know it's a shark bite, not a chainsaw. So Bond wants to go shark hunting
With Sharky?
with Sharky. I mean, who else, right?
Yeah. So they head off and they go to this warehouse, and I think so they go to the warehouse where this happened. And I think there's a small explanation where Sharky's like, this is the last place we need to look for where this could have happened, right? It's very...
Yeah, like they've
brief.
been to loads before or something like that.
Yeah, like they're just searching the island, checking all these warehouses to see if they can find out where this happened. Probably somewhere where they could keep a shark. It's not really explained. So Bond just goes up to the front and rings the bell. And we see inside that Cress is in there, and Kifler, the US agent who took the bribe, is in there as well. And he's like, hide, you go and hide. So one of the guards just opens up the door to Bond and says, it's closed. So Bond says, I'm from Universal Exports.
Oh.
I'm from London, and I'm looking for a certain type of shark. Of which Cress then says, okay, come on in. I think he allows him to come in. And Cress gives him a little bit of a tour, saying we just do research here into different algae, and we've already sold all our sharks. We don't have any sharks. Of which Bond looks around the warehouse and sees this yellow sub called Shark Hunter 2. Very subtle.
Very subtle.
So he's like, oh, I guess that's from your old shark days, I suppose. So Cress then just says, I'm busy, go away.
Yeah, basically.
Shoos him away, and Bond says, oh, I look forward to seeing you again at some point. And we get a little bit of a camera zoom in to show Felix's flower from his pocket on his wedding day. What are they called? Do they have a little name?
Oh, they do have a name, but
It's not a
the name
brooch, is
escapes
it? It's
me.
something else, right?
I don't know.
It's like a little clip of a small flower that you would have on your suit during a wedding day. So Bond looks down at the floor, then looks away, and we see the camera zoom in to show the flower. And that means that Bond knows that, yeah, Felix was there. So we cut to night. So Bond is back again at night, and he sees the Shark Hunter 2 yellow sub leave the warehouse. And as that's happening, the Kifler, the agent inside, is waiting, and somebody tells him, oh, the sub's coming back in 3 hours to come pick you up. So he's waiting there to be taken out of the country through the sub. So Bond goes into the warehouse through the dock where, yes, he goes in. And I was a bit confused by this because he's underneath the warehouse and he's going over this crates, and a shark jumps out of it and tries to bite him. But was that meant to be a real shark?
I think so, which is not great.
It looks so fake.
Yeah.
And sharks don't do that, I think.
It's just so unnecessary. They should have just saw that and thought, actually, that looks too bad. We don't even need it. It's fine. We've got a little scene coming up with some action in it. We don't need a little jump scare from a shark.
Yeah, he just gets Bond is just a bit spooked because a shark just smashes through this grate and tries to bite him, and then it lowers again. It really is very like bad theme park ride where you walk and it pops up and it goes grrr, her, and then lowers it again.
What's her face? Oh God, how have I forgot? I was meant to have a fan club for her last episode.
The
Mind.
Bond girl.
I had a joke already, but I can't remember her name, so it's ruined.
I can't remember her name.
The
either.
moment's passed. It's fine.
She must have been a great Bond girl.
Shut up. I liked her. Well, I just can't remember her name.
Cello woman. Yeah. Okay, so Bond escapes the shark, and we see a lot of shots of fish in their tanks inside here. So Bond enters through a hatch under the ground and is now in the warehouse and starts sneaking around. And he opens up a giant drawer and it's full of maggots. So his natural reaction is roll up the sleeves and get his hands in there. And as he goes through all the maggots, he finds a load of drugs. I think cocaine is the drug of the hour for this film. Finds a load of blocks of cocaine. So a man then comes up behind him and points the gun at Bond and searches him, takes Bond's gun. And Bond's like, well, can I take my hands out of these maggots? And he's like, okay, but do that slowly. And he does it slowly, but he gets a little handful of maggots, throw it in the guy's face. That causes him to be like, there's maggots in my face. So Bond flips him.
Yeah, strange line to include in a Bond film.
Yeah, it was very well done, but it worked.
There's maggots in my face.
There's help, please. That's the silent film version that comes up on screen. The piano plays. So Bond has distracted him. He flips him in the maggot drawer and then shuts it and says bon appetit, which is a nice little line. Quite like.
Does he say that? Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, he says bon appetit.
Oh, Bond appetit.
But no, I don't think so. But maybe. I didn't have the subtitles on. Oh,
missed the trick there.
Yeah, so another guard shows up with a gun and starts shooting at Bond. So this guard is up above on this railing area overlooking the warehouse. So he shoots, Bond hides, the guard is reloading, and we get kind of a slow scene where the guard is slowly kind of creeping around or walking around trying to find Bond and slowly reloads, and we see Bond sneaking underneath, and eventually Bond is able to sneak underneath him. He gets a hook and the guard starts coming down these stairs, so Bond uses the hook to hook the guard's belt and then pulls him down, and he lands into an electric eel tank and gets electrocuted. I don't really know what they're doing with this scene, to be honest. Like, it's not really bad, but it's very silly with all this like sea life stuff, from like the fake shark to the maggot drawer to someone being zapped by an eel. Like, we went from a very serious, gruesome scene, and I think that's what makes the tone so odd in this film. Like, there's actually a little bit more comedy or silliness in this than what I remember. So you go from Felix in hospital with no legs after they got bit off by a shark and a woman being whipped to, like, man gets zapped by eel and put in maggot drawer. I don't think I was in the mood for this type of scene as I was watching it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a very good scene, really, just for those reasons you described. And also, don't try and do maggots on film unless you're going to get real maggots. The shark was bad enough, but it just doesn't. It just looks like a whole tray full of like jelly stuff. Like, you're never going to be able to make it look like maggots, so don't even try.
Yeah, they were a lot bigger than maggots would be, I think.
Yeah, and they just weren't moving. It just looks bad.
Because it was in waves, wasn't it? It was like waving up and down almost. Like, it was like a mass that was like bubbling almost.
Terrible. But yeah, it's just this is one of those scenes, going back to when we were laughing at Timothy Dalton's hair. This is another scene where I just think he looks bad here. Like, I know he's not meant to be, he's not all tucked in a casino, not quite yet, but he just doesn't look good. He just looks a bit disheveled, and maybe that's the vibe they're going for, where he is on his own in this mission. He's going to go rogue, basically. But I don't know. I just think sometimes you need Bond to still look the part, and he just doesn't here. And I think that tied with this whole kind of goofy little fight scene thing going on, I just didn't really enjoy it.
Yeah, that's all fair. Like, you could have built a Bond looking a bit more beaten up or not quite right as the film went on, which it does do that, to be fair, but this isn't Bond going rogue. This is Bond just investigating someone in a warehouse. It's like, it should be a pretty standard Bond affair. But it doesn't quite feel like that. And a lot of this stuff with the Bahamas, right? Like, this film takes a place decent amount in the Bahamas. I'm trying to think what the other locations are. I couldn't even tell you off the top of my head, but...
Oh, don't even try and make me say it. I'm gonna... It's called... Isthmus City is the other main place.
South America somewhere, right?
It's basically Panama, but they just called it a fake name. But the way it's spelled, I always trip over saying it. So I'm going to probably say it wrong, but I'm just going to say Isthmus. There's a TH in there, but I don't know how the hell you say that.
I won't argue with you, but yeah. So there's not a big focus on location, but when you have the Bahamas, to me, it's like Thunderball. Like I'm just thinking of Thunderball.
Yeah,
and I think Thunderball was a lot smarter in terms of having these type of scenes, I guess, and integrating it. And this, to me, like just feels like lesser Thunderball. Like Thunderball was just more fun, so they just had fun with it. Where this is just like, oh, look at these maggots. It's like, yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'd rather not.
They would have used real maggots for Thunderball, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah, and all the maggots would get harmed during the making of the film.
Yeah. And the stunt actor actually gets thrown in the drawer.
Yeah, that's what they signed up for.
Yeah, so this results in Kifler, the US agent, showing up, and he points a gun at Bond. And he tells Bond, go stand over there by the trap door. So he then opens up the door. So this is the trap door that we saw before that Felix was fed into. So we see the shark underneath in this pit. And so Bond is there. Yeah, so Bond is there, hands up. Agent has the thing, gun pointed at him. And Sharky, everyone,
Hey.
opens up the hatch to break in. And I think that knocks into the agent.
Yeah, that's right. It kind of trips him up a bit.
Yeah, it trips him up, which gives Bond a chance to attack him. So they have a little bit of a fight. And then the agent gets pushed back and is like holding over the shark tank. So he's managed to hold onto a rope or something like that because Bond has pushed him in that direction. So he's then like saying, we'll split the money. I got 2 million there. We can go half and half. Of which Bond picks up the suitcase and says, you've earned it, you keep it, old buddy. And throws the suitcase at him, knocks the man into the water. And the shark attacks him. All the money has gone everywhere and there's blood and he's dead. Of which Sharky looks and says, what a terrible waste. Of which Bond looks at him a bit shocked. And he's like, the money.
Oh, Sharky.
Yeah, and it's a decent end for Kifler. I mean, I say decent end, he's barely in it, but it's like a very poetic end for all of this. But yeah, it does make him feel like a little bit of a nothing character. Don't really care about this guy, but it's all that imagery of like water and blood and money everywhere, and money didn't help him in the end. Ha 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 ha. So it's fine, I guess.
Yeah. There's a lot of money in this film. A lot of money. So that's just a taste of what's to come in terms of money flying everywhere. And I think, what was I going to say? At least they didn't, like they kept this bit quick because we've seen this before. Like we've just seen this with Felix, so they didn't really waste any time with this. You kind of knew what was going to happen, and it gets done. So that's good. At least didn't waste any time there.
No, all okay.
After that, we see Bond and Sharky at a harbour, like a dock side. Don't laugh at Sharky.
Just can't get over it. So most of my notes just call him like man, like wedding man.
Stop it.
Yeah, well, I know. I figured out he was Sharky later on, but yeah, it's going to make me laugh.
Sharky's at his boat, and Bond comes and sees him. So I don't know whether this is an issue with a deleted scene or if I just missed something, but Bond is asking about Crest's ship, his like marine ship called the Wave Crest. I don't know how on earth they got to this point.
No, I don't know either. This is another one where, similar to the last film, now that we're talking about it, it totally makes sense to me. Like, it totally makes sense what they're talking about. But at the time, it's like, why are they talking about a boat? The what? The Wave Crest? What's that? Like, I didn't even pick up on the name. They just said a word that I didn't recognize, and they said that there's a boat. But no, I also didn't pick up on how they found that out.
Okay, good. It wasn't just me. Well, Sharky says that it's owned by Milton Crest, and we know who that is, and it's currently out on a mission researching somewhere, and it's 6 hours away, so they plan to go over and investigate it later on. But Bond gets kind of caught by the agent, the DEA agent we've seen a few times now, who is... He tells Bond that basically they've discovered the remains of what just happened in that warehouse. They've discovered killer fur and kind of basically saying without saying that they know Bond was behind that. and don't meddle with this sort of thing. Go home, go back to England, know your place, sort of line. And as they're doing this, they're walking away, and you suddenly kind of like see some other agents around him, and he's getting kind of ushered into this particular location. They're kind of forcing him to go down into this house, which apparently is a famous house where Ernest Hemingway used to live. It's called the Hemingway House.
All right. Good name.
Yeah, it's a good name. It's a good looking house. And as he goes in, you do get a shot of a man on a balcony of this house, kind of overlooking Bond getting brought in. And you don't see the front of him, just see the back of him, and you see this cat walk past on the railing of this balcony, and it's like, well, hang on a minute, who's this now?
Dear.
What's going on here? Could it be? Is it really? But they don't explain. They just leave you wondering for just a little bit as Bond gets taken up to this man, and there's snipers all around and these guard towers. Very important person, obviously. And then you discover it's bloke. No, it's not. It's M. It's M. Everyone.
It's M, played by Charles Gray.
He would have been a good M.
I think he would have. Yeah, I think he would have been a good M.
But it does make you realise that we're now like over half an hour into this film, and we've not set foot in London. Like, this is the first we're seeing of any element of the briefing and the M office scene. We're not even getting that. We're getting M out in the field, who's obviously been brought along to come and see Bond and to tell him off. Really, Bond should have been in Istanbul. He's got his own mission to do. Guess he had some time off for the wedding, but he should be back at work now. And yeah, M's basically there saying, "Get back to work. Leave this to the Americans. It's their mess." And Bond is arguing as a friend, and Felix would do the same if it was the other way around. M gets very flustered here. Gets very very flustered and blustered, and Bond eventually says, "Fine, if I can't do this, then I resign." To which M's like, "This is not a country club," and is very, very angry, and says, "Okay, fine, your license is hereby revoked. Give me your gun," sort of thing. So as Bond is giving his gun out and a farewell to arms, he says, and he uses that as the opportunity. I don't know if he drops it or he shoots it or something like that, but he does something to distract the guards around him and M, and jump over the balcony and escape. And they go to shoot him, and M stops everyone and says, "There's too many people." And then you just get this nice dramatic ending as M watches Bond flee, and he says, "God help you, Commander." Oh. It's all very 80s cheese.
Yeah, I mean, so a fun fact about this film is that it was meant to be called License Revoked. It was not supposed to be called License to Kill, but I think they had some issues with it or something, and they just decided to change the License to Kill, which is more associated to Bond. Because, also a little bit of a tangent again. This is the first film where the name of it does not come from Ian Fleming's works in any way. There is no story or short story called License to Kill. This is the first time they had to come up with a different name. So they came up with quite an iconic one, and it ties quite well into the story, to be fair. But even saying that, this is kind of the big problem I have with this film, and what makes me so, undecided on it, is that some of these elements I feel make it feel a lot less like a Bond film. Where I don't mind this idea of Bond going to avenge Felix and leaving, but there's something about the way they do it and portray it, and I think this is why the gore kind of bothers me as well, because it ties into this idea about sometimes it just doesn't feel very James Bond.
Yeah.
And even though they do put in a real effort to try and make it feel like Bond, I'm looking at UQ, well, you'll get your moment. The fact that if this was Bernard Lee, I would probably buy it a lot more. If this was but it's not. It's this guy who's played M for what, 5 films? 4 films? No, 3 films. No, 4 films. Because he wasn't in For Your Eyes Only. It was
just no M.
Yeah, there was no M. It was Octopussy was the first one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just don't feel any real attachment to this M. I recognize it's M, I guess, but I just don't care. And the fact that this kind of happens like this, and in the Bahamas as well. We're not even in London. They're just at this famous house I didn't recognize, and M's pretending to be Blofeld or some nonsense. It's just like, what is all this? Like, it's like, I just don't think they do make a real effort to make it feel like James Bond, and you get the Bond theme and you get the gadgets, and there is a ton of stuff in here that you can say, yes, it is a Bond film. And I'm not here to say it doesn't feel like a Bond film at all, but these scenes and some of these elements to me, like, do detach me a little bit from it feeling properly like a Bond film. And that's the first time I've ever thought that during this rewatch. And it's a really strange feeling, and I don't know how to really feel about it.
I totally agree. I totally agree. I'm a simple man. I need my Bond elements, right? And I think if this was any other Bond film, this was Roger Moore Bond film, this would be like an MI6 office. He would walk in and there would be Moneypenny sitting, and then he would go into M's office and there would be everything would just be lit like it would be back in London, which I totally understand why they would not do that here, because it just would not match anything they've done in this film so far, or Timothy Dalton overall. But I think the fact that, this is Timothy Dalton's second film. We've had a new Moneypenny in the previous one. This is still a relatively new M, or at least one that I think a lot of people wouldn't have any attachment to. It doesn't have the same sort of charisma as Bernard Lee's M, personally. I think, and then you have all that with the fact that they do take out a lot of these Bond staples. All you really do get is a lot of Q and a lot of the Bond theme. I think they tried to make up for it with just sticking the Bond theme in everywhere in this film soundtrack. But I think that is an element of why ultimately this would not be one I'd go back to very quickly, because it's just, you watch Bond for a reason, right? You want to see the stuff that you want to see, and it kind of sounds like I'm complaining when they're trying to do something different, but I guess I am.
Nice. Why?
I guess I am.
If only they sent them into space, this would have been top 5 for you.
Oh. Maybe they just went a bit too far with changing things.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting case study, though, as I said, about comparing this to Casino Royale, because Casino Royale removed a lot more elements, but Casino Royale was like a reboot where, like, Living Daylight in this film is very heavily trying to tie itself. Like, we had Felix say about how his dead wife and stuff. Like, they are trying to keep that continuity up and say this is kind of the same Bond to a certain extent. And bloody Blofeld references. What are you doing? Like,
that was strange.
Like, they are really trying to make that effort, where I feel like Casino Royale, they just said, no, we're rebooting, and just kind of stuck to it. And then throughout the films built upon that. Where this one is like trying to have it both ways. It's trying to have a very different feel and vibe, while also trying to connect itself to the same continuity and series that has like Diamonds Are Forever and Moonraker in it. And I think it's that trying to have the cake and eat it which kind of ruins it. And maybe if they did kind of go a little bit more all in on one of the directions, if they either toned this stuff down to make it feel more like the other Bond films, or they went more the other way, so you kind of were able to settle it a little bit better in your mind about what this film is about and what it's trying to do, it might have worked a little bit better. But it kind of sits in the middle, and that to me isn't about, is it a good or bad film? That's kind of a different question. But in terms of like, is it a good Bond film? As you say, I wouldn't go back to it, because when I'm in the mood for Bond, this is just not what I want. And if I did want something like this, I would just watch Casino Royale, because it just did it better.
Yeah. You could say they wanted their wedding cake and eat it too.
Too soon.
He's in hospital. It's passed out. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, the doctor said it was a chainsaw or something. I don't know. It's fine.
Oh. Anyway, where were we?
So after that, we cut to a boat at night, which I don't know if you actually see if it says the Wave Crest, but this is the Wave Crest, the boat that Bond and Sharky was talking about before. And we see Crest talking to the woman that was whipped previously. I did not call her whipped woman, you'll be happy to hear.
What was her name until you knew her name?
Just woman.
Just woman.
I'm getting real lazy with these. I'm just like, woman, I know what it means.
A woman.
A woman. So, like, I've got stuff like old man approaches the woman in my notes.
See, whereas mine, it would be Lupe That is her name, by the way, folks. His name's Lupe. Lupe approached by a head pop man. It's all fine.
Head pop, yeah, that makes sense. HH, two H's in there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it actually Lupe? I thought they called it something else.
I think it's Lupe.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look this up. Yeah, it is Lupe. Okay. I thought it was like Ruby or something.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, I don't think I ever wrote Lupe down at all. But anyway, so we have Crest and the woman from before, Lupe, talking, and they have a little bit of an odd conversation where Crest is like, oh, you caused a lot of trouble, because you ran away, and Sanchez went nuts and went after her, and that's why you almost got caught there. So that kind of like contextualizes what happened at the beginning. The reason why Sanchez, a powerful drug lord, revealed himself is because Lupe is his girlfriend, for lack of a better term, and Sanchez went after her because she ran away. So there's also this kind of Crest seems to be running the organization to a certain extent, where like Sanchez is in charge, where he's like in charge of like the drugs part and the drug smuggling part. So it's a little bit strange. So the old man, or Crest, I don't really know what he was doing in there, but Lupe is like, you're drunk, go away. Of which the captain of the ship then shows up very, very soon afterwards and says, there's something large nearby. We're detecting something large on the radar. And they go back into the room and look at the monitor, and they see the shadow of a huge manta ray. So Crest is like, it's just a manta ray. Leave me alone. There's nothing to see here, and leaves. And we go to a shot of underwater where the manta ray is, and we see a diver holding onto a massive manta ray like cover, like this sheet. And yeah, it's Bond. Like,
it's a good disguise.
It's not bad.
That. It's better than the crocodile sub anyway.
Yeah, but it doesn't... Yeah, I guess it's not bad. I guess cameras were bad enough to not detect, like, oh, that's just a giant black
just
sheet.
A man.
I also like the idea of, like, Sharky having to cut this out of cloth with scissors.
He can't. He only knows the shape of sharks. He doesn't know how to do manta rays.
Oh, yeah.
You need manta-ray for that.
Yeah, where's mantas? Next mission. So Bond loses the disguise and grabs onto this yellow rope that's kind of dangling off the boat, and he pulls himself up. And so there's the boat, the wave crest, and then there's like a probe, a small little kind of sub probe next to it, which I think is manned. I think it's manned.
I thought it was remote controlled.
It probably is. I don't quite remember. But it's oddly important that there's a probe and there's the boat. So Bond jumps onto this yellow robe, goes on top of the probe. The probe services inside the boat. It like docks inside it. And we see a man going to unhook the probe, and Bond jumps out of the water and pulls him in. And we get a shot of some water for a little bit, and only Bond comes up. And I was like, oh, okay, they're really doubling down on this, because that's quite brutal to have Bond drown the man. But no, he then just pulls the man out of the water.
It's fine, don't worry.
Like, he would not be fine. He was under there for so long, couldn't breathe, and was also probably fighting for his life against Bond. Like, I also don't buy that man would be okay.
Bond's not a monster yet.
Yet. A little bit. So Bond removes all his diving gear and like carries him on his back, the man that he drowned. And we see nearby there's like a pressure chamber, like quite a small little pressure chamber that you can put people in or put stuff in, and then kind of there's one of those like circle handles like you see on ships that you can spin around. So yeah, he throws the man in there and then spins it around. He should have just drowned him. I really don't know why he didn't, to be honest. It's a bit strange. So he hides him in there, but he also sees a lot of money in the chamber. Bond sees that there's a ton of money in there. So he hides him inside. He then hears some guards coming in, so he hides and goes into the next room, and a lot of guards are laughing. And Bond starts sneaking around the ship. We see some guards are sleeping, so he goes past them while Bond is sneaking around. The guards that were laughing that entered the room find the man who was locked up and free him. So Bond then eventually reaches a room, and it says Milton Cress on the front, which I appreciated because I could learn you're meant to spell it. It's with a K. Crest with a K, everyone.
Really nice of the film to do that.
Yeah, very handy. So Bond enters holding a knife and he approaches the bed in the room and finds Lupe sleeping in there. And he grabs her, points the knife like right at her throat, and is like, make a sound and you're dead. And he then starts asking questions about what's going on, like, where's Sanchez? Where's Sanchez? And she says, Sanchez is not on board. I have no idea where he is. And Crest then knocks on the door, of which Bond allows her to answer it. And Crest is saying, somebody's on board. So because the guards found the one that was the knocked out guard, they've sounded the alarm and they're looking around trying to find someone. So Crest tells her, like, somebody's aboard. Have you seen anything? Of which she says, I haven't seen anyone. And yeah, Crest then says, be careful, lock your doors, stay hidden. So Crest leaves and Bond sees the whip marks on her back. And she's saying, it's my own fault for betraying Sanchez. I kind of got, like, that was all her fault. And then this was a very strange moment where it's like now, apparently during the day, because I think they go up to the window and it's during the day. And that really confused me.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize that.
It's just weird.
Oh.
So apparently Bond spent all night.
Yeah, I guess so. Wow.
Very strange. But the reason why they're looking out the window is because they see one of another small boat is kind of docked and they have a big shark hanging up. And also poor Sharky. They've captured Sharky. And they have him kind of hung up like a shark. So they have the hook. And they kind of have his arms and his arms tied up. And he's like hung up by his arms on this hook. And I think at this point, he's pretty much meant to be dead, right? Like we don't see him again. And all the guards or the people who captured him all laughing like, ha, 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 we got him, ha, ha, ha. But that was the end of Sharky. Do we want a minute silence for Sharky?
Maybe 5 seconds.
That sounds a bit long. I'll do you 2.
All right, 2 seconds.
So anyway, that was Sharky.
Yeah, that was Sharky. He didn't have long on screen, but he really made an impact.
I don't get this though, right? Because I didn't think this at the time, but it's making me mad now, where Sharky is in the car at the wedding, and is clearly a very good friend of Felix and Bond, or you would imagine so, right? He was in the car. There was like the Felix who was getting married, the best man Bond, and Sharky. So he's clearly very important, but it's like it doesn't really matter at this point. It's like we've already set this up.
Bond is angry, but Bond isn't as angry as he needs to be now. You know, he doesn't need another person, another loss in his life. Sharky, where is he going to go to now for his shark knowledge?
I don't know. But yeah, it's a bit odd. It's another one of those where it's like this to me, like Bond had a close attachment to Sharky as he did like Della. Like to me, they're the same sort of character because we only just got introduced to them, and now Sharky's dead. Although it was another one where it was quite a horrible image because it's a dead man being hung up like a shark. Like that is pretty brutal. So they are really doubling down on this like corpse dead man imagery.
Yeah, no dignity for Sharky there.
No, come on, guys, dignity for Sharky.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it obviously makes sense why the film is doing this, and it is just all adding into those elements of revenge. It just feels a little bit unearned, I think, with Sharky. It's just I guess not every character needs to be one we know and a big emotional attachment, but he's just said like one funny line basically, and that's it.
Yeah, it's just a little odd. So, yes. So Bond then I think just leaves the cabin and grabs a harpoon and just shoots one of the divers point blank with a harpoon.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, that's Bond. Get him.
There he is. Yeah.
So I guess that's supposed to be Bond being emotional and reacting to Sharky's death, that he just quite bluntly leaves and just shoots someone with a harpoon, maybe.
Yeah.
So he shoots the diver into the water, and everyone starts shooting at Bond, so he just dives in, and he swims down to go and get the diver gear. So this diver that he shot is sinking down, so he swims down and takes the gear and puts it on, and Crest is shouting, "Find him, we gotta get him." So the probe that we saw before is launched, and we see a lot of small boats in the area and lots of kind of divers coming off it, and nearby we see, unrelated, two men near a plane, and they're doing like a drug deal. So I believe the whole idea of the Wave Crest even being out here is that they were here to do a drug deal. So Bond has actually just ended up showing up in the middle of it. So two completely unrelated men are just swapping cash and swapping drugs on a very small plane on the water. So everyone else is trying to find Bond and can't find him. Bond is there with the diving gear, so he's okay, but then he notices that he's low on oxygen. And we see that the plane has been fully onboarded with the drugs. And Bond sees the probe and grabbed the yellow rope again, and he managed to hang on to the probe. And okay, so I think the probe was being used to transport the drugs.
Yeah, so they gave the money to the plane and then they loaded the probe with the drugs.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so the deal had the money went in the plane and the probe took the drugs, and then the probe was being brought into the ship, of which Bond jumped on and opened it up and saw all the drugs. So he just starts stabbing at it, and there's like a load of like a cloud, white cloud all surrounding him where all these drugs are going up, and Crest looks on the video feed of the probe and sees Bond there just stabbing it and destroying it, and Bond destroys the camera. So they try to pull up the probe, which I think they do, like the probe services, and Bond is still on top of it. They go to shoot Bond, he dives down, he ends up trying to swim away, but a load of divers are chasing at him, and one of the divers shoots a harpoon at Bond, barely misses. And then there's like 4 of them who all manage to like grab Bond at the same time, which is like a pretty harrowing situation for him to be in, because it's like, well, surely he's just screwed, right? Like,
well, you would think so, but
like this is a little bit silly to me. But yeah, they all grab him and like knock off his oxygen so he can't breathe. So they're just trying to drown him, basically. But he manages to get a harpoon. He shoots it, and he shoots it at the plane that was doing the drug deal. And the plane is lifting off the water. And because Bond has attached himself, he is pulled away and gets away from the guards. And this results in Bond like surfing, using the harpoon gun as it's being pulled along the water. And some men on speedboats come and shoot at Bond. And Bond, I couldn't tell you how, he somehow launches himself forward and lands onto the plane. I know I shouldn't question the physics of this, but it seemed very odd to me that that's even technically possible, because surely the force of the plane is what's pulling him forward. How could he possibly go faster than the plane to catch it? Doesn't matter.
Oh, doesn't it?
Well, go
I think
on.
it does.
Okay, let's hear it.
Let's consult our physicist on the team.
Yeah.
Did you invite them?
I thought you was.
Because
I do it every other week. I thought this was.
Damn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, we'll never know, I guess. Sorry about that, everyone.
We'll figure it out.
Maybe next time.
Yeah. So Bond gets onto the plane, and there's like 2 men in the front, and they see Bond hanging on, and the plane is taking off. Is completely taken off the water now by this point, and is flying in the air. And one of the men like checks one of the side, but Bond has gone around the other. So Bond then hides, and the man has opened the door. So Bond just unhinges the door and pushes the man out. You get quite a funny shot of the man falling, hanging onto the plane door, with this like door in his hand. It's quite a funny shot. So the pilot, it's just the pilot left. He shoots at Bond because Bond has now climbed into the plane. Bond uses some of the money to protect himself. Money flies everywhere because of this. And then Bond is kind of pushed out a little bit. He's hanging onto the other door. The pilot starts like turning the plane to try and knock him out, of which Bond then knocks out the pilot. And the plane starts to go down. So Bond takes over the controls, pulls it up, throws the pilot quite casually out of the door. And has all this money, so he gives a big old smile, flies off on the plane, and then we just see a little zoom in shot of Crest seeing the money and the plane go away. So this was all just okay, really. Don't. I
It's
don't know.
more plane stuff, isn't it? For
Yeah,
you?
it's more
Yeah.
planes, it's more diving and water. I mean, it's both, right? They finally just combined the water and the plane stuff, and it's all just all right. I just can't. I don't really have any strong emotions either way about this scene. It's okay, and I think this ties into, again, it's a John Glenn special where just some of this stuff is just, yeah, it's all right. It's decent little set piece, decent little stunt. I like the idea of Bond stealing all this money, but I guess the most notable thing is Bond surfing with the harpoon gun, and yeah, when it first happens, all right, that's pretty cool, but that's pretty as far as I could really go with all this.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I liked the plane jet skiing stuff. I thought that was quite a cool stunt. But it does take a long time to get to it. There is a lot of faff in the way before he's on the plane and eventually on the plane and all that with all the money. And the money, by the way, is very useful. Like if this didn't happen, he'd be screwed later on because he uses that money quite a lot later on.
Yeah, I certainly like that plot point for sure. But everything else is just, yeah, I don't know, it's just fine.
I will say, I guess it depends on how much you want to read into it. There's elements of this that you could just say, well, that's just for the plot, right? That's just for the plot. So that's why he did this. Or if you really wanted to try and enjoy it and get more out of it, the way I'm going to interpret it is Bond stabbing the cocaine bags in the little sub seems, why did he do that? Did he do that because he wants to disrupt this plan and see what happens? Or is there an element of he is so caught in the revenge now that he's just doing anything petty to try and get at them? Because, he saw all the cocaine before in the warehouse. He didn't worry about that. He left that there. Who cares? But now he's like, right, I'm going to stab it and wreck their plans.
I think I might upset you or ruin this a bit for you.
Yeah.
I think the reason why he did it is because he was low on oxygen and he knew if he stabbed the cocaine, they would make the probe surface.
Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay.
But you could definitely interpret, like, the imagery of that is not something you would see normally, right? So you could totally interpret that as Bond going mad. But I think it's supposed to be like, oh, I can't breathe and I need to surface quickly, so I'll just stab the drugs and make them bring me up with it. Yeah. Which is why he would just completely expose himself by just sitting on the probe, because he just gets completely exposed. They should have killed him then, really. It's on them at this point.
Yeah. I guess because there is the element of Bond in this film where he is so caught in revenge, and we'll later see that is to the detriment of other things going on around him, and the world doesn't revolve around him, sort of idea. So I thought maybe that was a bit of a taste of this already, where he's just like, kind of obsessed now with just the little things, and before he wouldn't care about that. But that's a very logical explanation. I tried License to Kill. I tried. Well, I suppose it's the same thing with just like harpooning that guy as well who killed Sharky. Just like letting it all be revealed just for the sake of getting a momentary bit of revenge against him.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. But I will say, like, even though I don't have strong feelings on this, at this point, I wasn't not enjoying the film. It's just another John Glenn experience where it's like, this is all just okay, all just all right. So I wouldn't say I'm not enjoying it, but it's just like, yeah, it's just okay. Waiting for something more interesting to happen. I think the fact that Sanchez isn't around, because Sanchez is like the best part of the film, like you kind of feel it when he's not around. But he is around a lot, so I guess we'll see him soon. But a big set piece like this is kind of a bit weak because that presence isn't here.
One other quick thing to say, although I've got plenty of times to mention this later on, with the scene with Milton and... Well, no, not with Milton. With Bond and Lupe, when Bond breaks into the room and she's in the bed. I gotta say, I really don't like this actress who plays Lupe. I think she's just flat out a bad actress. I think she can't deliver lines well at all. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. You're bad.
Don't apologise. It's fine, mate.
Yeah, no, I think she's in it quite a lot, and I think she just, I don't know, she just can't deliver lines well. Everything she says always sounds so forced. Really sticks out.
I felt that more with the other Bond girl, to be honest, but I guess
Did you?
There. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. All right, well, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. So Bond is flown away with his load of money in the plane. So now we're back once again at Felix's house. Third time's the charm, right? It's nighttime though, and there's like police outside, and it's been taped up following the crime and all that sort of stuff. So Bond sneaks in, and he's there to get the disc that we mentioned earlier, the disc that Felix, when he was writing up his report of the Sanchez operation, and he put it in the photo frame of Della. So he goes and grabs that, loads it onto the computer, and starts to read about the informants related to Sanchez. And this is like all happening on the actual computer screen. You're reading or you're seeing what Bond's seeing. And it's very, very easy to miss this because it's on screen for not long enough as it needs to be to really explain what's going on. But yeah, Bond's looking at all the lists of informants that came to the CIA about Sanchez. And most of them are deceased because Sanchez probably got to him eventually. Except there's one still alive right at the bottom of the list, P. Bouvier on there. And it says that there's a meeting planned with her at the Barrelhead Bar. I wrote it down. Next Thursday, it says on there. And, very important to provide support and protection, it says next to it. So, yeah, very important contact who Felix was meant to meet before things went a bit awry. So Bond is going to go there instead.
I found this a little bit confusing, but this is more just like the technology of the time compared to now. The fact that this was all on a disc just felt weird. Like in my head, I just assumed he was on the internet, just asked Jeeves it or something. But yeah, this is a very like 80s, like, the info on a disc, and I gotta go and look at the disc info, and it's like a really old screen. So it felt a little bit more to me like, but yeah, this is like more treated like information, like that sort of thing, like a very old school style way of doing it, because now it just seems so silly that this would even be the case, that it'd be on this like hidden disc that he has to load up. It's there's a charm to it, but it did confuse me a little bit because I had to rewire my brain being like, oh yeah, that's how that was back then. It was very different.
Yeah, I guess even in a position like Felix has, quite high up in the CIA, still all done with discs and floppy disks and drives. And yeah, I mean, I suppose it proved lucky now. So Bond knows who to go see for some information about Sanchez. So we cut to the Barrelhead Bar. Bond arrives in a boat and gives it to tell someone to go and park it or something like that. I don't know. And heads inside. And this bar is like quite a sleazy looking bar. You've got quite busy, and there's a woman dancing on a little stage in the middle, and everyone drinking beer, and quite rowdy looking. And on the table by herself, he spots Pam, who it is. That's P. Bouvier, who is the same Pam that we saw in Felix's office earlier on during the wedding. So he goes and says hello to her and asks what's going on. And yeah, she's expecting Felix, but Bond's there instead. And I think she points out that she's being watched by a couple of people at the bar, because Bond's basically saying that she's in danger. Sanchez is out. Sanchez has all of Felix's files that he knows about you, sort of thing. And she has got this gigantic shotgun under the table where they're sitting, ready. Like, she says to Bond, "Are you armed?" And he's like, "Yeah, I've got a pistol." And she's like, "Oh, you need one of these?" And she's got this gigantic shotgun ready to go. And before you know it, we have some of Sanchez's goons come in. It's Dario, actually, one of them. Dario comes in with someone else and comes straight over and sit down at their table. And Dario's all creepy acting, and I can't remember what he says exactly, but basically just threatening them at the table. Dario's thing, by the way, well, I guess we'll get to it, but yeah, something happens. Oh, the waitress comes over and asks if they want a drink, and that's enough. That's enough of like, because one of them is Bond knocks out one and says he's drunk, and then something happens that makes Pam shoot from under the table. Can't remember what it is exactly, but yeah, basically it escalates to such a point where a fight does break out. And Dario's thing is he's got a blade, and he reveals it from his wrist in a really, I think it's meant to be cool way, but it doesn't really look that cool. It's like a little switchblade, basically. So he's there, like, trying to stab Pam, and Bond protects her and like it's just basically the whole bar. After Pam shoots the shotgun, it's almost like a comedy film where the whole bar then just erupts into a gigantic fight. It's just like in a comedy film where there's a thing and then two people just randomly start fighting each other.
Yeah.
It kind of like that's just what happens. The whole place starts and we get Pam fighting some people, Bond fighting another one, like flipping over people, using the shotgun to flip them over. One of the goons picks up a giant model of a swordfish from the wall and uses it as a literal sword to try and impale Bond with it. All this ruckus is going on whilst the dancer, like there's a bit of a gag in that the dancer is still going. She's still dancing in the middle and there's still this chaos, but then even she eventually does stop when it gets too much. Yeah, and I think it kind of eventually ends with, does Pam blow a hole in the wall or is there just a hole there anyway?
No, she uses a shotgun to blow a hole in the wall.
Yeah, so she makes a hole in the wall. She also shoots a jukebox, which like slows down. Another sort of comedy thing, like the music starts to go slow like that. And Bond and Pam make an escape outside into the boat. It's a very, like the tonality of this film is just all over the place because this is very much a comedy scene, the way it's set up with all of these little gags one after the other. And I actually quite liked it. I seeing this, I was like, oh, I do still need this in a Bond film. I need a bit of lightheartedness, a little bit of comedy like this. I know it doesn't really fit, but I did enjoy it.
Oh, I didn't enjoy it.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, the fact that like this is a similar scene to what the bloody Sonic the Hedgehog movie did, like they did the same sort of scene. It's just another cliche, and I just don't really like it. You can have some fun here, but it's been seen so many times. But this goes back to what I was saying before, that this type of scene, like in an 80s action film, yeah, you would totally get this, and I probably wouldn't mind it that much. But this is just another scene that makes it not feel like a Bond film. Bond going into a dive bar with a woman with a shotgun, and then they get into a big old bar fight, and it just doesn't feel Bond. I don't mind it being silly, and I think you're kind of right. Maybe a little bit of comedy injected into this scene could kind of help balance it out a little bit. I'm not really opposed to that, but this type of scene is just makes it feel a little bit more generic and just a more standard 80s action film, which doesn't mean it's bad necessarily overall as a film or going in that direction, but yeah, really didn't like it. Really didn't like it. And I also really didn't like Pam Bouvier's introduction because it's another one. It's just another 80s trope of just like tough woman say, I got the shotgun here, buddy. Don't you? Oh. Her acting, I hate the way she talks.
Oh man.
She talks in a very like specific way, which is very like indicative of the time and how like female kind of action stars were portrayed. It's very much like, and you're gonna have to correct me on this potentially, but like in Indiana Jones, when Jones is like teamed up with a woman and they don't get on and they just kind of bicker and she talks in a certain way. It's like, well, fat lot of good you were, mister. Like it's that. And
I know
hate
what you
it.
mean.
Like,
yeah.
I don't mind them going a different direction for Bond girls. Fair enough. I think it was maybe overdue and better than the last one, but she's such a stereotype. And this scene is such a stereotype. It just feels so aged, and it just really kind of removes some of the personality of Bond and this film. Just bad stuff all around.
Oh.
Apart from Dario. Dario is really good. He is so creepy and menacing with his smile. I'll give Dario a thumbs up. Everyone else, thumbs down.
Yeah, his little gold tooth sparkling as he grins. Yeah. I didn't find Pam too bad, to be honest with you. I didn't find her too bad, though. I do get that line you were saying about Indiana Jones. Yeah, every sort of line is every reply is a bit of a barb or a quip or something like that.
Yeah, they've just changed the dynamic here to be that more Indiana Jones dynamic, and it's not something I like. So that's a bit more of a personal preference for me. But yeah, if you ever want to see that dynamic in a Bond film, License to Kill that's your film.
You heard it here first, folks. Tom hates Indiana Jones.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
He's boycotting the new one.
That's it. I'm not seeing it.
Because this film reminded me of that, and now I'm angry for some reason.
Steven Spielberg broke after.
All right, anyway, so Bond and Pam, they escape onto the boat that Bond arrived in. Dario and that are like looking out the hole where they came from, and they're shooting at them. And they do manage to shoot Pam in the back, so she collapses on the boat as they're driving off. So, oh no, it looks like she's dead. But no, she's wearing a vest. She's all good. She's all armored up. And yeah, this is more of that like tough girl, like, oh, of course I'm wearing a vest sort of thing. And she's is this where she says that she's like an ex-pilot from the
it's
army?
like, look, pal, I was an army pilot.
Yeah. So that kind of sets up her capabilities, because she does do a lot of flying in this film. Whilst they're shooting at them, the goons and Dario, they also shoot the fuel tank behind the boat. So as they're driving off in the boat, arguing with each other about how they just saved each other's lives, the boat does eventually come to a stop because they run out of fuel. And this is where Bond starts to explain to Pam what he wants from her, which is he wants her to fly him to Isthmus City. And I assume, in my notes, I'm now wondering how does he know that, but I think that was on the CD about Isthmus City.
Yeah, although she's the informant, right? So shouldn't she tell him that?
I guess so. Maybe she did, and we just didn't see it. But
I would guess that's how it goes. Like, she has the information. She knows what's going on with Sanchez's operation.
Yeah. So that's where Sanchez is, and so he needs her to fly her there and sort out all the visas and passports and all that sort of stuff that's associated with crossing the border. Thankfully, he has a load of money. He's just come into lots of money, so he starts to offer her money, and they start to haggle back and forth, and it's. They're starting to get a little bit of flirtiness going on, and then this really soppy music starts playing. This scene really changes tone. Then I can't remember the lines about, like, they say something before they start kissing, and then they end up kissing and then getting down to it in the boat.
I don't like phrasing it like that.
Well, you just get this like wide shot of them on the boat, like silhouetted, and then they just go down on the boat. Oh. But I will say, one thing that I wrote in my notes, very distracting, is Timothy Dalton has a Sideshow Bob laugh. Did you?
Oh.
It sounds exactly like Sideshow Bob. He laughs in this scene, and he laughs a couple other times in this film, and every time it is spot on. Close your eyes, it's Sideshow Bob.
I like that.
I need you to go back and listen, because honestly, I could not believe just how much it sounded like it.
Wow. I will. That's cool. I mean, he's got that great laugh in Hot Fuzz, I think. I think he laughs there. So he does have a good laugh, but maybe not a good laugh for Bond.
Maybe not.
And also, real quick, she does... her butt hits the boat horn.
So right. There's the butt shot.
Jokes.
Yeah.
Got another one.
She doesn't like. She does that, and then suddenly this giant satellite dish raises out from a mountain nearby, and Bond's like, "Not again."
Oh, why are these hooked up?
This happened to the other fella.
Yeah, it's again, this just goes to my point about this character. She's such an 80s stereotype, the woman sidekick who's all tough, but then they're like going back and forth, so then they just kiss. It's like, obviously Bond girls do this. This isn't something purely from like these sort of films, but yeah, just dumb, just lame, not into it. I guess let's move on, right?
Poor Pam. Yeah, let's move on.
So yes, we cut to London during the day.
Finally.
And we go into Moneypenny's office, and M comes in and says, "Moneypenny, this isn't like you. You've made, I don't know, like an absurd amount of typing errors on this report." And then there's a separate report that's come in, the US immigration report, which says that Bond never left the States. He never left the US. And M's like, "Well, I didn't order this report. Who did?" And Moneypenny's all like, "Well, I just wanted to check to make sure Bond was okay." And M says, "Well, we know that Bond's going to go after Sanchez, so he must be stopped." Of which she then calls Q Branch shortly afterwards, but it then cuts away, so we don't find out what happens on the phone. And I guess this is the last time we see Carolyn Bliss as Moneypenny.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's so weird. Like, I don't like this M that much, but I do. Yeah, I don't really like him that much, but yeah, she's still such like a child in this scene. Like, she's making mistakes because she's sad about Bond, and then she's like just wanting to help him out and things like that. It's just yeah, the characterization they did with the last film, they didn't change it. They only made it worse, even though it's like this is like a minute-long scene, if that. But yeah, she didn't do a lot in the minute. She's still just kind of annoying, so
Yeah.
I'm not sad.
And yeah, kind of a shame, but she's just it's very forgettable, really, as Moneypenny. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just forgettable. Like, they tried to go in a slightly new direction, but I mean, her fate was always tied to Timothy Dalton, really, and
Yeah.
she just kind of didn't really have enough of a chance. But I'm kind of glad, because I don't think they were really going in a direction that I was particularly interested in. I think her characterization was just kind of bad.
But yeah, I wonder if they had kept her for Pierce Brosnan. That would have been an interesting choice.
Yeah, they
Maybe
could
she'd
have
be
done.
less sad. She's always so sad.
Yeah. So we then cut to how did you pronounce it?
I'm just going to say isthmus.
Isthmus.
But there's a weird th sound in there, and I can never say it right.
Yeah, Isthmus. Oh. Yeah, so we got Isthmus City, and we get a load of shots of the city, and we see all these posters which are like Hector Lopez for Presidente. And we see a car arrive at a very big fancy hotel, which is Bond and Pam. And their Bond is shown inside, showed one of the rooms, and Bond pretends that, this is my executive secretary, Pam Kennedy, I think she gets called. And we get another shot when Bond says that. It just cuts to her squinting all mad. I'm like, oh man, she is such a stereotype. This is just too much. So Bond then pays the two men who are helping them around the hotel into the hotel room a lot of money. And she's like, well, why couldn't you be the secretary? I'll stop doing that voice, but it's honestly, that's how she says all her lines and talks. It's infuriating. And Bond says, well, it's a man's world south of the border. It would have never worked. And Bond then pays her money because Bond was offering her money before on the boat, before they started kissing. So Bond gives her a load of money and says, you can leave. Like, that's it. Off you go. Goodbye. And also get used to this. There's a lot of time where Bond is like, goodbye. Time to go our separate ways. And they're just like, nope. That's that. So she's like, I want to stay. Of which Bond eventually agrees. So gives her some more money because Bond has this massive suitcase full of, a lot, like millions of dollars, I think it's meant to be, the one that he stole before. So Bond gives her some money to just like, go buy some decent clothes. If you're going to be my secretary, you need to look the part. And Bond is saying, I want to make a deposit at one of like Sanchez's banks. So I think she tells Bond which bank to go in. If you want to do that, it's this bank. So we cut to the bank and Bond enters the banker's office and they're like, he's like, I want to make a deposit. They say, well, I'm sure one of our staff could handle it, but someone brings in a big suitcase and they're like, very good. Very good. Come in, sir. So we then, this one's a little bit odd. I'm trying to figure this one out because then we see Sanchez showing around a lot of Asian businessmen who are in this film a lot, oddly. And we have them talking about shipping money all around the world. And there's like, it's done a little bit oddly. This is another instance where they're like jumping between two kind of scenes to eventually bring them together. So at this point, all we know is that Sanchez is working with a load of Asian businessmen and they're talking about how the money works. And I think this is them at the bank, I want to say, right?
Yeah, I guess it's almost a bit of a phony tour because we soon realize why they're really there. But I guess on the face of it, they're saying that they're these investors and they're giving a tour of the bank.
Yes, so this is Sanchez's bank and they're giving a tour to these Asian businessmen and money. And so we then cut back to where Bond is in the back and there's this table all full of the money that they've been counting. And Bond is playing the part and says, yes, there'll be monthly deposits of the same amount. Of which we know is not true, but Bond is very much hamming in. And they were like, yes, sir, very good, sir. And Pam then enters wearing a very, I guess not really fancy, but a very classy type of executive secretary type of suit. And Bond does a double take. He like sees her and then looks away and then goes like, what?
Because she had a haircut too.
She had a
nice short hair.
I don't really get why. It's a bit dumb, but I know why. It was an action film in the 80s, but yeah. And then this ends with Bond saying, well, can you set me up with a line of credit to the local casino? Of which the bank says, well, Sanchez owns this bank and the casino. Well, he doesn't say Sanchez, I don't think. I think he just says, well, we have the same owners, so that should be no problem. And that's your scene.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all like quite a lot of setup, really, but I don't really have much to say about that. Apart from the double take I did notice, and it was, I almost needed like a sound effect to go with that, or like the mask eyes popping out effect.
Yeah. But she's not even wearing like, usually with this one you get like, I guess, a Jessica Rabbit sort of situation, right?
Yeah.
But like, it's not that she looks bad. Sure, she looks fine, but it just kind of didn't justify it. And I guess they're trying to set up Bond and her coming together or falling for each other because she's the Bond girl, but I don't know. It's just more tropes. Like everything involving this woman is just a trope, and I don't like it. And it's kind of crazy how many of these 80s action tropes they get in here, including a James Bond double take. It's like, can you imagine Roger Moore doing that? He had a bit more class than that. I don't think he ever did that.
Oh, I could imagine Roger Moore doing a triple take.
He just keeps coming back.
He's like having a competition against the pigeon.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Everyone double-taked Roger Moore when he was around.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
But this time now Bond's double-taking a woman.
A woman?
A woman.
First she had long hair and in terrible clothes, and now she looks like that?
This is
insane.
Crazy.
We see Sanchez afterwards in his office at the bank, I guess it is.
No, this is a casino now.
This is a casino. Okay, yeah. Yeah, in the office at his casino, along with, I don't know whether we mentioned this American, kind of youngish American guy who was also in the tour. His name is Truman Large, because he's in it a little bit later on. But yeah,
is that really his name?
Yeah, Truman Large.
Wow,
yeah.
I
think so.
You recognize this guy, like you see him a lot. He's just one of the guys who runs the operation for Sanchez, but I barely put anything in my notes about him. But he is in it a lot. He is surprisingly distinct for just like kind of a young dude who's just there.
Yeah. So in the office, Lupe's also there, and Sanchez says something to her, but can't remember what it is. All I do remember is the blinged up iguana on Sanchez's shoulder. I'm going to call it Jub Jub, even though it doesn't have a name. But I like to think it's Jub Jub. It's literally got like this diamond kind of collar on it as well. And he gives a little kiss. He gives Lupe a kiss, and then he gives the iguana a little kiss. I love Sanchez, honestly. Great villain. Even though she says she doesn't like it. I think she calls it ugly or something like that. How rude.
Yeah, that's out of order.
That's a great looking iguana, honestly. Anyway, the film does do a bit of cutting back and forth here, but I'll just keep it a bit simple. Bond is in the casino at blackjack table, winning a lot of money, whilst Sanchez is in the office here with Truman, because there's a thing going on the TV. They're watching the TV, and there's this Professor Joe, who is he looks a bit like a preacher, or he's all in white, and he kind of looks like a cowboy preacher. I don't really know how to describe him.
Yeah, but, like one of those Americans, like testify, come I guess like Colonel Sanders, right? But like friendly, that sort of thing, I guess.
Yeah, and he is on the TV doing what looks like a charity drive, like a sort of, where people ring up and donate in, and like a PBS charity drive thing in America. Except what he's actually doing, what we do find out is when he says how much money they need to raise, and he says $22,000 on the TV, that's actually the cost of the cocaine in kilograms, because the young guy says, we're going to raise the price to 22,000 and sends it through to this guy on the TV. So they're basically communicating with their drug partners over the TV. This is how they do it and how they're getting their orders through for their cocaine, because then someone donates to this fund with like $500, and then now that's how they know that they need 500 kilograms of cocaine. So it's all just, a way of doing it on the sly, basically. But I really did not understand what was going on at first. I really had to stop and pay attention, but that's maybe just me.
I think it's another one where you're not supposed to know at first, and it's kind of revealed as the scene plays out. So I quite like it. It's quite a nice touch. But yeah, I think the whole idea is that you don't know. Just Sanchez watching this charity program and them talking in drug speak, and then yeah, it's quite nicely done.
Yeah, I do like how you get a good idea of Sanchez's operation here. It's a very realistic. I mean, we don't really know his grand plan yet, but it does come to be that it is just another case of money. It's kind of like Living Daylight. So he just wants a lot of money. It's just dealing with drugs, drug trafficking, drug trading. It's all very, very realistic stuff that goes on, but we're just seeing it.
Yeah, you're right, but it's not like just money, because there's a lot of stuff at the end where it's like he doesn't care about money. It's just his empire, his power, right? I'm not too sure. It's a little bit more nuanced like that. I don't think I could probably summarize it, because he talks about loyalty as well. It's very much that like Mexican cartel sort of vibe, and it's very different for Bond. But yeah, it's part of what makes him such a great, memorable villain.
So on the cameras, they see Bond at the blackjack table, and one of the dealers nearby kind of sees him winning all this money and phones through to Sanchez. They did do it one time, and then Sanchez says, just leave it, it's fine. And then Bond wins even more, so they do it again. Says like he's just won $250,000. So Sanchez says to summons Lupe, and we cut back to the table, and the dealer changes, and we get this nice little card trick with shuffling, and it's Lupe who is now the dealer, who is there. I don't know why. I guess from Sanchez's perspective, he's there to try and distract Bond, to hopefully make him lose. But because Lupe does know Bond, she is telling him about how much danger he's in, and that he should just go. It's not worth it, sort of thing. Bond asks Pam to go get a martini for him. That's all her role is now, is just go get him a drink. And Bond asks about where Sanchez is, and if Lupe can take him to go see Sanchez, which he does, even though she doesn't want to.
Yeah, and you get a little gag here because Bond orders it like shaken, not stirred, because it's the Falcon Martini. Then you have Pam at the bar. It's like, I want it shaken, not stirred, but she like mimes it out for some reason.
Yeah. And then she gets it and then sees Bond walking off and with Lupe, so she just nicks it.
Yeah. Does she like grimace at it?
Yeah, I don't think she likes it.
Yeah, that's a funny gag. I'll give him that one.
It's not even the only neck drink, or drink necking we get in this film either. There's one later on. Anyway, Bond is taken up to go see Sanchez in his office, where he sort of... Sanchez is obviously wondering who this guy is and why does he have the confidence to just waltz in and start asking questions and everything, because Bond is very much... He's laying it on thick. He's really... It's big cojones, as Sanchez says, coming in and asking about, how basically he could be very useful to Sanchez. I think he's got his passport as well, which Sanchez takes hold of and doesn't give back. He keeps that. But yeah, Bond is basically just kind of selling himself, saying, I could be really useful to you, of a man in your position. I don't think he quite says yet who he is exactly, because instead he just says Sanchez says he's a problem solver, and Bond says he's a problem eliminator. If you catch my drift, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Say no more, say no more.
Say no more. This is more Sideshow Bob laughing, by the way. Once I tuned into it, I couldn't miss it. But yeah, Bond is also looks outside the window whilst he's in Sanchez's office, kind of like strutting around. But yeah, eventually Sanchez just says, go back to the casino, and we'll get in touch or something along those lines, and says to one of his goons to go investigate this man using his passport. But you soon find out outside the casino with Pam, that was just a way of inspecting the window to his office. And Bond says that, there's like 2-inch thick bulletproof glass behind Sanchez. So you'd need explosives to get through that sort of thing, basically. So it's all just a way to get some info, get some intel.
Yeah, because that's what I kind of, when he was talking about that, it kind of brought me back down to earth for a little bit, because normally Bond is there to like investigate, and a lot of this is a very Bond setup, right? He's in the black tux, he's wearing the bow tie, he's in a casino, he's drinking his vodka martini. Like, this is where I kind of say, or said before, about how this film does very aggressively say, like, no, look at this Bond stuff. Like, guys, like, look at this. Because this kind of scene is very James Bond in terms of what he does anyway. But then I kind of like, oh yeah, he's just trying to shoot the guy.
Yeah.
Like, this was all just to scope out the place to assassinate him. And yeah, that brought me back to that same old feeling of it not quite feeling like Bond. Not necessarily a bad thing, but for this scene anyway. But yeah, it did bring me back a little bit. But it's just very enjoyable seeing Bond and Sanchez talk. Like, Sanchez just has this natural... I think I might have said this before about the whole dictator, like, charisma aspect. How people watch documentaries about dictators and serial killers, and they're always like come across as either super creepy or really charismatic and just likable in a weird way. And that's what Sanchez has. He kind of oozes that quality of an absolute monster, but a monster you don't find yourself hating. So having kind of Bond, who is someone obviously you like as well, and him bounce off each other, it's good tension. It's interesting. It's just interesting having these two men in a room kind of talking like this.
Yeah, and I like what this whole setup leads to in the film, which is that Bond and the villain actually are kind of not allied, but you know, there's not an immediate, the villain knows who Bond is, Bond has to avoid him at all costs sort of thing. You do get a bit, this gives the film a chance to have the two together quite a lot, because they are not enemies at this point.
Yeah, and it's like Bond being a bit of a spy as well. Like Bond pretending to be somebody else.
Yeah.
Like, you do get that from here and there, but it's always is a nice dynamic when he does it face to face with Sanchez. And yeah, these two are just great together. It's just very enjoyable stuff. This is when, like, I started getting a little bit more back into the film, and I think the film kind of, I can't quite remember everything that happens after this point, but this kind of scene and setup is where the film kind of kickstarts a little bit. They're not in the Bahamas anymore. They're in a new location. They don't do a very good job of setting up that location, but you're in a casino. You're learning more about Sanchez and his operation. There's an iguana that's all blinged out. It's getting back on track again.
Yeah. No, I like the whole scene in the casino. And it's a nice looking casino as well. That always helps. You've got to have a nice looking casino. I've moaned in the past about ugly looking casinos. This is a good one. And also, one quick thing to mention is, as they're walking outside, Bond and Pam down the steps, there is this man watching them. I don't know if you can tell it is the same man from earlier, but yeah.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused by some of this stuff, because there's so many scenes like that where it's just somebody watching someone, to the point where I just stopped caring. I just I stopped registering it. So I don't think that's in my notes that somebody's watching them.
It is really quick, to be fair.
Yes, so Bond and Pam arrive back at the hotel. Bond goes up to the hotel desk and the man says, your uncle has arrived, sir. And then you get the dramatic music and Bond's like, oh no. And then they go up on the lift and Bond is like, give me your gun. I need your gun. Because Bond lost his gun because Sanchez took it. So Bond tells Pam to stay by the lift, and we see she has another gun, and she kind of stands in like a James Bond pose. I don't know if you noticed that.
Well, she kind of does this weird thing where she like rips off her skirt, like the dress, to make like a mini skirt version of it. And then, yeah.
But she pulls the gun out, but she like crosses her arms and then like points the gun upwards like Bond would.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that sort of pose, like Sean Connery pose. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's very quick. So Bond enters the room with the gun, charges inside, jumps on the man, knocks him to the floor, points the gun, and it's Q.
Oh, it's Q, everyone.
It's like, hello.
I mean, and he really does get knocked into a chair and falls backwards. Like, he's an old man. That's going to do some damage.
Yeah, that was a little rough. But yeah, Bond sees Q and tells Q to go home, and Q says, well, you'll need my help. If it wasn't for Q Branch, you'll be dead long ago. And we get
True.
a little scene of Q gets his big bag out, and it's a big bag of gadgets.
I love the bag. It's like it's just like such a rummagey bag full of mess. But instead of mess, it's just all these really dangerous gadgets.
Yeah. So this is the whole theme. Like, this is quite themed, where the idea is that everything is themed towards somebody, like a tourist, what a tourist would bring while traveling, going on holiday. So he's like, here's an alarm clock that explodes, guaranteed for the person who uses it to never wake up.
Oh.
I don't think they used that in the film at all. I think someone just wrote that line and just wanted to get it in there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
And then he gets some toothpaste and a toothbrush out, and he's like, this toothpaste is the latest in plastics explosives. So that's kind of part of the main gadget. And Pam then enters with a gun, and Bond's like, no, it's all okay. She's with me. It's all good. And at this point, Q then brings out the final gadget, which is a camera. Looks like a camera. Now, again, this is like an 80s camera, so it's quite a big, bulky thing. And he reveals that it's actually a gun. And if you were to assemble it all in a different way, you would get a gun rather than a camera. And there's the handle of this camera has an optical palm reader in it. So Bond holds it, Q programs it, and then says, there you go. It's only you can now use this. It's synced to your palm, so only you can use it. Which I was like, that's interesting, because I didn't realize this had that, because that's like the big gadget for Skyfall a lot of years later.
Yeah.
But it's literally the exact same, only it's a camera gun.
A way better gun, let's be honest. Come on. You can take photos. It's like the man with the golden gun, except it's a useful thing.
The man with the camera gun?
Needs work.
There's something there.
Something there.
So Pam then picks up one of those... Oh, what are those cameras called?
Oh, Polaroids.
Polaroids, that's the one. So Pam picks up a Polaroid saying, like, let's take a picture. And she takes it, and a laser shoots out and hits the painting, or a picture of, I think, Hector the President, and burns the wall. And it then prints out a picture, which is like an X-ray of Bond and Q jumping to the side to avoid the laser.
What does that suggest?
I don't know.
Are they now, are they radioactive now or something? What's going on?
But it's not like, I guess, a normal X-ray. It's not like a black and white X-ray. It's like coloured in. It's a really silly picture.
It really is.
It is kind of nonsense, but so she almost kills them but doesn't, and Bond says, time to get some rest. So Pam goes to go off into her room, because it's like, yes, it's a hotel room, but they have like a big suite. It's got lots of separate rooms. So she goes into her room, and then Q and Bond go into the other room, and Q goes and sets up on his bed, and Bond follows. Is like, I hope you don't snore, Q.
I'm sure he does.
That's just scene. And the thing I like about this with Q is that Q is just... We've had a lot of films where Q is very angry and very mad, but here he's like quite sweet and just really wants to help Bond out. So we get a lot more kind of comedy of Q just kind of trying to help, and either being a little bit silly or just being like too enthusiastic. And it's like a much nicer side to Q. I like annoyed Q. I don't mind Q like being annoyed by Roger Moore or something, but it's kind of really nice, especially in this film, to have Q just being like a bit more happy-go-lucky and just like trying to do his best to help out Bond. It's really nice.
Yeah, and just the context of why he's even there as well, where, because Bond does ask, how did you find me, sort of thing, and Q does say that Moneypenny gave him the location, and just the idea that, they're all there, they're looking out for Bond, they do care. Q's doing this sort of, he's also going rogue to an extent, because he's like, I don't think Ems knows that he's there, he says that he's on leave. So, yeah, Q does care about Bond, and it's nice to see these little moments like that.
Yeah, it's very nice. They are just setting it up later, though, for where Q gets his legs bitten off by a shark.
Oh, well, that's all fine, though, because then he gets the gadget leg.
Ah, yes.
So it all works out in the end.
Inspector Gadget-style legs.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how, like... I would have switched this film off if it was Q instead of Felix getting his legs bit off.
Oh, 100%.
Just instantly, like, nope. Done.
Oh, do you know what? And I bet there was even a momentary thought of something like this, because I bet they would have thought, well, he's getting on now, this actor. Maybe it is time.
Give me the old heave-ho.
Maybe it is time to write him out, and then that's how they do it. Could you imagine?
Riots. Actual riots.
There would be riots in the street.
Oh,
no. He stuck around for a bit longer. Thank God.
Yeah, because this is one of my favourite kind of performances of him as well. It's all our cue. It's all our cue. So after that, we never find out if Q snores, sadly. I would guess
scene.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
I wish we got the next scene where Bond has like really tired eyes, just looks really tired, and Q's there smiling.
Oh, great night's sleep.
Yeah, just go full 80s action comedy. Why not? We're not that far away at this point. So we see Sanchez is having a meeting with the Asian businessmen that we saw before. So Q is waiting outside with a car. So this is the casino, right? Isn't it? It's still the casino. Yeah. So Sanchez is inside the casino in the meeting room that he met with Bond, but now it's the Asian businessmen, so they're doing a business deal. And Q is waiting outside, but he's dressed up at like a driver, not like this driver outfit by the car.
Looking awesome. Quite unhappy. Yeah.
Yeah. So Bond is, I think, trying to give Pam more money to go away or something. Yeah. I think this is another attempt of like, I'll give you money to leave. And she's like, but I want to stay. And he's like, no. But she just stays anyway. It's another one of those failed attempts. It's like failed attempt number 3 of Bond saying, go away. I want to do this alone. And people saying no. So Bond is back in the casino and he's kind of dressed up a little bit more like a waiter. And he finds some empty glasses on the side on a tray. And he picks up the tray and kind of goes into the kitchen and enters the kitchen. And then he sees a little elevator, a little lift in there with a little cart full of food. So he grabs the cart and pretends to be the waiter who's going to deliver this food. So the lift then goes up. And as the lift is going up, he climbs out of the lift. And somebody else takes the food away. And then Bond uses this opportunity to climb to the top of the roof. And there's a flagpole nearby. So Bond uses rope to kind of rappel down the side of the building. So where he's rappelling down is the windows that we saw before, the reinforced like bulletproof windows to Sanchez's office. So he rappels down and Sanchez is inside talking about how he bribes everyone, how he's in control, about how all the money works to these Asian businessmen and does it like that. And Bond is rappelling along. And here's your pigeon jump scare.
Yeah.
Actually somewhat unbelievable he did it again.
It didn't scare me.
No.
At all. It didn't seem loud enough to be a jump scare.
No, he just got it in that Bond. Just, there's a pigeon. And it just startles Bonds a bit. And so, ooh.
In terms of John Glenn bird jump scares, I'm going to rank it quite low.
I would.
Yeah. Superfluous.
Yeah, I kind of liked the one in the last film a little bit. This one felt a bit forced.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. The one in the last film, all winners. Love them all.
All winners.
The bird, the cat was in A View to a Kill. Never mind.
So the head of security, because the pigeon flew off, it makes a sound. So Sanchez's head of security checks the window, doesn't see anyone and walks away. Do you know what this guy's name is? Because he actually does become a character.
This guy's name is... I called him Right Hand Man here, but I do know his name is Heller.
Heller,
yeah.
Yeah, because all these different people around Sanchez, it's not that confusing when you watch it, but they do kind of rotate out. So, like, the other guy, Dario, kind of disappears until, like, the last half an hour. We get that scene of him, which was pretty good. He now kind of disappears for, instead, this head of security guy. And it kind of means that there's no real henchman in this film. There's, like, half henchmen, but they've completely kind of stepped away from it. Of which I guess they did last film, but I kind of thought about it a little bit more with this one.
He conveniently goes missing whilst, when he needs to, so that he doesn't recognise Bond.
Yeah, that probably is it, right? If Dario was around, say, "Oh, that's Bond."
That's Bond. Just get him now. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So Sanchez is still talking. He's like, "We've got a large empire across the US, but I want to spread that to the east, and you can all be a part of it." And as he's saying this, Bond takes the toothpaste that Q gave him and squeezes it all the way along the bottom of the window. And then he gets out a pack of cigarettes, puts one in his mouth, but we see there's like a wire attached to it at the end. And we get a little like beep, boop, beep, beep noises going on. And he kind of sets down the pack of cigarettes in the toothpaste, and it's a detonator at the end of the day. So he sets up the detonator. We cut back to him returning to Q, of which Q drives away in the car, which it makes it so pointless that Q was in this scene at all. But I love it. It's so nice to have him disguised as this driver, but yeah, he really didn't need to be in there. So he drives away, and then we see a car following them as they drive. And one of the businessmen inside is asking Sanchez, like, well, if we need to go into this cocaine drug deal, we need to see the hardware. We need to see the drugs, because they're looking to invest like $100 million. So this one man's looking all determined, saying, we need to see the drugs. And Sanchez is like, okay, that's fine. In the morning, we'll take you to see the distribution system so you can see that. And we zoom in on the man's face, all smiley or something. It's a bit odd. So Q then drops off Bond, and Bond says goodbye and tells Q to leave.
Yeah, there's number 4.
There's number 4, and Q just looks all sad.
I know, it really does look so sad. I think he
man.
actually genuinely wanted a holiday with Bond.
Yeah, he was so excited. But Bond goes inside this empty construction site, which is nearby. So it's like a very big, tall tower. It almost looks like a parking lot, but it's not. I think it's just a building under construction where it's only like concrete on all the different floors and walls. And Bond gets out his camera gun that Q gave him. He sets it up, and Bond then sets up the transmitter for the detonator as well. And we see President Lopez enter Sanchez's office and is saying, what's going on here? You paid me half the usual amount. And Sanchez says, well, you didn't say anything when I got arrested. And then says, well, I made you president, so you get in line. And the president just leaves. So Bond is going to shoot and set this all up and do the hit. And he sees Pam enter the room and starts talking to the head of security. I have no idea why. I don't know if that was part of the plan, but Bond looked shocked when she entered the room.
Yeah, it's not explained to the audience at all at this point. It's just meant to be, oh, Pam's there. What's going on? Is she betraying Bond sort of thing?
Yeah, so Bond then says, watch the birdie. He then swears, but we're not that type of podcast, right?
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Bond. No need for a potty mouth.
Yeah, because that's another aspect. We haven't even got into that. There's quite a bit of swearing in this film.
Yeah.
Like, the S word is used like about 3-4 times, I want to say. Quite in your face as well, not hidden.
Yeah, when Q said it, I did think that was a bit strange.
Yeah, weird, right? But, it made sense. I liked it. But yeah. So Bond, as he swears, he blows up the window, which completely destroys it. And he goes to shoot Sanchez because Sanchez is about to hide, but he's attacked by a ninja. Of course.
Wait, what?
Yeah. There was a ninja, mate.
Oh, yeah, right.
I guess the idea is that the person who was following them in the car was actually a ninja driving a car, which you're not very hidden if you're in ninja gear driving a car, but anyway. So there's a little bit of a fight. The ninja knocks down Bond. The ninja tries to shoot Bond with the gun, but of course it's programmed to Bond's hand, so he can't shoot, so it doesn't work. It's like, your gun's broken. And then a second ninja shows up and shoots a net like Spider-Man from his sleeve, which covers Bond. And then he's trapped, and they knock out Bond, and yeah, he's now been knocked out and captured by these ninjas. It's a pretty cool scene. I definitely like this idea of Bond having this like assassination attempt. The ninja stuff is a bit too dumb for me. Again, I don't.
Oh, yeah.
The tone is just a bit all over the place sometimes. I didn't think they literally needed to be in like full ninja gear. Like, I think they could have put a little bit more like appropriate costumes, because they're dressed like somebody from like You Only Live Twice or The Man with the Golden Gun. Like, it's very comical, silly ninja gear, and I just don't know why they did that.
I don't know why. It's too much. It's too much. This could have been quite good, I think. Bond being, Bond thinks he's in control, but he's not. There's other stuff at play here, and he's part of a, there's always a bigger fish sort of thing, and there's other stuff going on. Love that element, but when it's when it's revealed in this way, where there's literal ninjas attacking him, oh no, 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 thank you. You could have just have assassins, just make them look scary and evil. That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's all you needed, and it didn't even need to be a fight. I would have been up for them just knocking Bond out as he goes to shoot, but yeah, we get another little bit of a fight scene between these two, and it's just kind of lame, really, just a little bit lame. I've said it before, and we'll say it again, the fight scenes are still just a bit whatever. Like, they're trying, but none of these are that interesting. It's not like we get an interesting fight between Bond and the ninja. There's just a little bit of a fight. They try and use the gun. They capture him with a net, and that's it. Yeah, but I like the idea. Yeah, everything up to the ninja is pretty cool. I like the idea of Bond setting up this plan. I like the idea of Q being there in general. So cool idea, just fumbled at the end of it.
Yeah. Once Bond has been knocked out, we see a car being driven to this house, kind of very far away. This kind of dilapidated house in the middle of nowhere, it looks like. And Bond is taken out of the trunk. He's been knocked out and put in there. So he's taken into this building and put on, strapped to a table. And there's the guy from the business table, and there's also another guy, a British sounding guy, because they're looking at his gun and they're wondering who would have a gun such as this. And this British guy recognizes it and says that's Her Majesty's service weapon sort of thing. So this must be Bond. And so I guess this is the guy that M told to go find Bond, or go to alert that Bond is in the area of Isthmus City, because that is what he says to Moneypenny, I think, earlier on.
I did not connect those until we were talking about it. It's such a nothing little detail. To me, I did think about, it's M sending someone to connect. It's just like a British agent's just tracked him down. Okay, fine. That makes sense that somebody would.
And he's obviously there to take Bond back, bring him back in and stop him and all this stuff that he's up to. The other man reveals himself to be from Hong Kong Narcotics Agency, and that this was part of an infiltration mission that Bond has potentially just completely wrecked, because he spent years trying to get into this position of being, in this inner circle of Sanchez and being able to get that close to him and find his where he does his operation from. He was that close, and Bond's just wrecked it, which is why they needed Sanchez alive still, which is why they stopped Bond. And he's very angry, as you would be if you've been planning something for years and then this random man comes and stops it. But as they're all, still being angry, a tank arrives. Is it a tank? I wrote down a tank. Is it really a tank?
Yeah, it is just a straight up tank.
It's just a tank.
It's meant to be like the military of this, not island. Or maybe it is an island, but yeah, it's just the country's military.
I wrote it down and I was questioning my own notes. A tank just starts to attack this building, and it is Sanchez and all of his henchmen who come in and blow up this building, and the British agent gets crushed by the debris, and there's this other ninja lady that tries to fight one of them, and she just gets shot at by Sanchez and Heller, who are there. Sanchez and Heller come in and they see the Hong Kong man kind of collapsed in a pile of rubble, but still alive. And they obviously want to start questioning him and working out what's going on. But he's got a cyanide pill, so he takes that and starts frothing at the mouth. And Heller I always hate when films have to do this, where they're like, that's cyanide.
No, cyanide.
Really? I hadn't have known that.
I thought it was rabies.
Just very, very quickly onset rabies. That guy kills himself, and then they spot Bond strapped to the table and take him.
So it's kind of at this point where I'm trying to take you guys on the journey that I was having here with this film, because it was a little bit of a complicated one, where there's been quite a lot of complaints about this, but recently it's been more positive and talking about building it back up. But this is when I was like, this scene still didn't feel very James Bond to me, but I was kind of like switching gears to just starting to just kind of enjoy it as just like this 80s action film. Because I think the plot and all this stuff about the double crossing is pretty cool and pretty good. And it's not a million miles away from James Bond, but it felt just enough for me where it just didn't quite feel like Bond. But I was starting to get into it more, but not really as a Bond film. Just taking it
Oh.
as just like an 80s action film instead. Because I do think this stuff is cool, but yeah, it didn't feel very Bond. Like the woman that you were describing before, who like the Hong Kong agent tells her like, don't let them take you alive, and she starts like attacking one with like karate or something, and then she just gets shot. It's like that. I would expect that in an 80s action film. I wouldn't expect that in a Bond film. But again, I think this is now just becoming a pretty good 80s action film. So I was enjoying what was happening.
I don't know. I don't know. For me, I think I still wanted it to be more. I guess maybe I'm just not a fan of that sort of film anyway, but of like sort of generic action. But it's just at this point I was just because I'd forgot this whole ninja bit, and then there's this a tank suddenly appears, and it's like, what is going on? What is going on right now? I just knew that the whole tanker stuff was coming up for the end. I was like, all right, I know that bit's good, so we'll just wait it out. Like just patience. But yeah, I don't think I could enjoy it in quite the same way, unfortunately.
I think that's fair, but yeah, I guess the overall point is that you need a gear shift. Like, I think this film becomes a pretty solid, fun 80s action film, but obviously you're watching a Bond film. So whether you can make that gear shift is going to really determine about whether you're going to enjoy this or not. And I was getting to the point where I was like, yeah, okay, I've kind of accepted that maybe this isn't what I wanted it to be, but I can, I guess, take it for what it is. But yeah, I also totally understand why you'd just be like, yeah, this is just not quite what it should be. This is just something a bit different.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So they have grabbed, or they see Bond still alive on the table, and we just hard cut to Bond in a very lavish looking bed. He wakes up in the sheets, and the first thing you see is this hideous looking fish man thing.
What
the hell
was
is
that?
I don't know.
It's horrible.
I don't know.
It's like a statue, but it's like a fish, but someone's just put a man's face on it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this place does turn out to be Sanchez's home, so it does go to show that money cannot buy taste, clearly. Because that would be nowhere near my home. It's terrifying.
Can you check the official Bond merchandise store, see if you can buy them?
A prop replica of this hideous looking fish statue.
Yeah, from License to Kill. Creepy fish man fish.
£10,000.
Oh, that's not bad. It's not bad.
But yeah, Bond is in this very lavish looking bedroom, massive bed, all this furniture everywhere, very fancy looking. He goes up and looks in the mirror and looks at himself and sees that his clothes have been all nice and freshly pressed next to him. So it's being taken care of, to put it lightly. But he gets dressed, and we see him come down into like this wider part of the house. There's like waterfalls and everything in the background. It's very beautiful, very nice view. And there's Sanchez. Sanchez and Lupe are there in this big open area. Sanchez is quite friendly with Bond. You know, is he all right? Sort of thing. Hospitality. Go and talk to Lupe, have a drink, that sort of stuff.
Cream, no sugar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So Bond does go over to Lupe and talks to her sort of privately away from Sanchez very quickly, where she mentions that Milton Crest is on his way to wherever they are in Isthmus City. So that's obviously a worry because he's going to recognize Bond. But Bond doesn't really seem to worry too much about it. He just sort of says, all right, fine. And Sanchez comes back over. And Sanchez is asking about what happened, the previous night. What happened with the assassination attempt and why were you there and why were you involved? And Bond still kind of, still being in that disguise is saying how, well, they must have just saw I was close-ish to you when they were following me. And Sanchez is asking, does he know who it was? Have you got any leads to who might try and kill him? And so this is where Bond kind of gets a bit of a plan in action and says that, well, it might be someone close to you, basically. And Sanchez is asking, well, do you have any names of who it might be? And Bond says, no names, but I did hear something about someone is expecting a lot of money this evening, who's arriving this evening. So basically laying it on that it was Milton and putting him in it as a way, I guess, to try and get rid of him before he spots Bond. So quite clever stuff.
Oh yeah, it's really cool. So because the way that Bond kind of gets into Sanchez's head like this is neat. It makes Sanchez look a little bit dumb because Bond is kind of able to manipulate him so easily, but I don't know, the actors pull it off, so it's kind of fine. But yeah, it's kind of nice how Sanchez initially is like, it's all about loyalty. Like they put that line in and his principles, and but Bond is still able to kind of put that niggle little doubt in his head and just take advantage of this situation because he's not a proper agent anymore to manipulate him. It's really cool. Whether it's Bondy or not, I don't know. Maybe Bondy's not the right time I should choose for 007-esque. It's that sort of thing. Maybe it's not, that's up for debate, but it's still cool. It's a cool to have these guys talking and kind of be on these talking terms. And when I say cream no sugar, I wasn't joking. Like Sanchez makes him a cup of tea and he's like, do you want cream? Do you want sugar?
Hostess for the mostess right there, honestly. What a nice guy.
And something I also really like about this scene is like when Bond first wakes up, it feels like something from the Twilight Zone or like maybe Star Trek or something. Like there's this very odd piano. It's almost like he's on an alien planet as he's walking around, and it's really cool. It's really cool. Sanchez doesn't have like a proper lair like the other ones. This is just kind of his house, but they do kind of give it the personality and this very unsettling feeling. It's done very well in my eyes.
Mainly the fish, right?
Well, yeah, that is a good start. But even like the piano and music, because I think you said last time, right? No more John Barry.
No.
So we have a man called Michael Kamen or Carmen taking over. I don't think he takes over for that. I think this was it. I think he only did the one film. So then I think David Arnold takes over. But yeah, so this was him doing a film. So we get a different type of score, which is overall just okay. I wouldn't really say it's that bad, but I wouldn't really want to say it's that good. But you do kind of get some tracks that feel very not John Barry. And this is one of them, but I think in this case it works well for what they're doing here.
Yeah, music-wise, I haven't really said much, and nothing really did stick out to me, but then nothing stood out being bad either. I think it was just a lot of it does turn into a bit more generic action movie music, but then they also, I think, as a way to still get it as a Bond soundtrack, they do put in the Bond theme cues quite a lot, just maybe like a little bit of it or a little tinge of it, which is fine. Like I don't hate any of the stuff; it sounds good enough, but I wouldn't say it was like a standout set of music, really.
Yeah, just a serviceable score.
Exactly. Yeah,
like they serviceable. Just fine.
But yeah, I really do like how Bond kind of getting under Sanchez's skin. As I say earlier, I love that the film did have this setup where they can have all these scenes together, and it's not just immediately, I'm going to tell you my evil plan before you stop me. Like that's usually the main bit we'd get of a villain and Bond, but we're actually getting some nice character with these. But anyway, once that's happened, where do I up to? Hang on, sorry, I lost my place in my notes. One thing I should have mentioned as well is that at this point in that conversation with Sanchez, this is where he does reveal that he's an ex-agent. He used to work for the British Secret Service. So I say that only because like as soon as he leaves, one of his, I think Heller comes up to him and says like, "Oh, we've done a check. That guy." And then Sanchez already knows. Yeah. Anyway, Bond is with Lupe, I think. Yeah, I think Sanchez just says, go talk to Lupe for a bit. And she tells him that there's guards everywhere. And it's not very easy to escape, but Bond needs to get out. He's very adamant about that. So she helps out. She distracts one of the guards by dropping a bag, letting Bond get past him. And then she says she's going shopping and she's going to go on the boat. Go out to shopping, and this poor guard is like, "No, Sanchez asked me to protect you or like stop you," and he's not gonna have a nice evening. I have a feeling, but yeah, she drives off in the boat, and we see that Bond is like hanging on to the side of the boat, literally hanging on to the side and like getting splashed in the waves as Lupe drives back to the coast.
Yep.
All right. And then we're back at the hotel where Pam and Q are at, and Bond storms in. Remember, the last thing Bond's seen is Pam in Sanchez's office, or he's talking to Hella in Sanchez's office at the casino. So Bond storms in and like forces Pam into the bedroom, throws her on the bed, and he's like threatening her. Why were you there? What's going on?
Oh, good luck with this, Joe. Good luck
Right.
with this.
No, I've got this. I've got this, Tom.
All right,
I've got
let's
this
go. Let's see
because
it.
this is one of those scenes. It's not quite as bad as Octopussy, where I got it completely wrong, where you get just far too much information in literally one or two sentences. I did catch on to this a little bit better, and I even made sure afterwards. So, basically, the reason why Pam was in the office talking to Hella is because they had found out that Sanchez was planning to buy 4 Stinger missiles from the Contras.
It was the Stinger missiles, of course.
Yeah.
Cut to Roger Moore, of course.
And the DA back in America somewhere had basically set up this plan with Hella, where if Hella stole the Stinger missiles back, he would be, what's the word? He would have immunity from any legal repercussions, because otherwise, if someone tries to get him back off Sanchez, he says he's going to blow up a plane, like a passenger plane. So it was a way of Hella doing it from the inside, getting the Stingers back, and I guess getting out of this crime circle that he's in with Sanchez. So that's what Felix had signed off. That's what he was giving Pam way at the beginning, was that the DA had given this approval, and Pam was there to tell Hella about the plan, except Bond got in the way. Bond tried to kill Sanchez and sort of ruined everything and panicked Hella, and now has backtracked on the deal.
That sounds right. I honestly, with the Octopussy one I tried, and I feel like that did help. This one, I was like, I'm not typing this. I'm not going to take any of this in, because it's so much. And also, she's saying it on the bed while Bond's giving her the old shaky shake, and she's like,
The old shaky shake.
So it's not even like Octopussy and Bond having a conversation. It's like very panicked and rushed, and I just didn't pick up. I didn't know Hella was involved at all. I didn't try because I wasn't interested.
No, that is fair.
Which didn't affect the rest of the film at all. So I'm kind of glad I did.
It was only because of Octopussy I just thought, right, you know what? I'm not letting this happen again.
Yeah.
So, but really, for all intents and purposes, it is just setting up that it's just what we saw of the Hong Kong agent. It's another situation where Bond has meddled. He's in something that he doesn't realize. There are other things. There are other things at stake in the midst of his personal vendetta, and you do get a bit of a reaction from Bond when Pam says this and she storms off, and there is a close up of Bond where there is seemingly a bit of remorse that he's screwing all this stuff up. Maybe he's gone too far with this. I don't know.
I don't buy it though. That's the problem I have. I don't buy this because they don't think Sanchez being killed is a good thing. Of course it would have been. Obviously they can't sign off on that, but I think that's ridiculous. Like, why would the Hong Kong police stop Bond from killing Sanchez? And why would she want that to stop? Like, I don't buy it. Like, maybe they don't agree with what he's doing, but everyone just seems like, well, I was doing my thing and you ruined it. Like, it's not necessarily like the right thing, you know? Like, usually with these revenge stories, somebody's like interrupting a better outcome and doing things the right way. But I think Bond is, maybe he's not doing it the right way, but he's doing something pretty good. Killing Sanchez would help a lot. So I just don't buy that he might be annoyed by it. It probably would have been a really good thing if the Hong Kong police let Sanchez be killed. That would have helped a lot.
Yeah, I think the problem is, I see what they're trying to do, and I think they could have done it better. Like you say, if one was more obviously the better result, I think it would have worked on a stronger level. But I just think they didn't need to as well. I just think it's just getting a bit like muddled now with all these It's just okay. We get the idea. Bond is in the thick of it, but it's like two fairly back to back. It's just too many.
Yeah, I agree. And also, you missed another great Q moment as well, where before Bond arrives at the hotel, you have Pam and Q sitting all sad in the hotel. And then Pam's like, oh, I wonder where James is. And Q gets like, oh, don't worry. 007 always comes back. It's like, oh, bless his heart. Bless that man.
You just want Q on his own, don't you?
I just want the Q film. Like,
you really do.
He's had so many great moments. But yeah, the film is full of this where it's Q like has so much faith in Bond. And you've never seen it to this level until this film. But it's really enjoyable, especially because, this is one of his last. We've still got him for a few more films. Don't worry, folks. But, he's getting a little bit older. And even in like The World Is Not Enough, he's far too old to be in a film. And it's more of a sad moment. So this is like the last film where he's kind of active and doing stuff. So it's really nice that we get this kind of moment here. Really, really nice stuff from Q.
Yeah, some great Q bits in this film. Very quickly, just to end off the scene in the hotel, once Pam has stormed out the bedroom, Bond says that we'll meet at the harbour at this evening, sort of thing, in X amount of hours, and he goes and withdraws all the money from the bank. He needs all the money now. He's all the cash, so he goes and withdraws that from the bank.
Yes, he's coming up with a plan, but we don't get told what that plan is.
Yeah.
So we then cut to night, and we cut them going to a dock. There's a lot of docks in this film. We keep saying, oh, and then they're at the docks, but probably that's just a given at this point. This whole film is nothing but docks. So we then see Q driving a boat in like captain gear, or not captain gear, but like sailor gear. He brought a lot of costumes. But, but we also see like Bond in like a blue t-shirt, and I was like, ew, I don't like that.
Ew.
Yeah, why is he just dressed so casually? No.
I don't know, actually, because you think he would be dressed all in black or something, given what he's going to do.
Yeah, like some sort of spy gear. But I think the idea is that they're like disguised as just like a normal boat, because the woman's like dressed up as a captain or whatever it is, the harbour master, I think it's something like that, harbour something. And then Q is dressed up as the person driving. So Bond is in disguise as just I don't know, what would you call that sort of person? On deck ship hand or something?
Scrub,
yeah, like as a person. But he's just in like a blue t-shirt and blue things. So I was just like, yeah, that's not Bond. You've gone too far this time.
Now they've gone too far. The fish face was fine. Now they've gone too far.
Yeah, didn't mind that. So Pam gets onto this other boat, and that's what's it bloody called?
The Wave Crest.
The Wave Crest, yes. So we found out earlier, I think Joe mentioned, that the Wave Crest is docking tonight with Crest, Milton Crest, the person on it. So they somehow she gets onto that boat and is taken onto the bridge, and then she's able to take command of that boat from the captain. And there's a little bit of thing saying, oh, a woman driving up.
No, surely not.
Couldn't be. But she takes over the boat, pretending to be like the harbour master. And we see Sanchez is waiting on the dock, waiting for the Wave Crest to arrive. And she then just decides, they're like, hey, what are you doing? Aren't you going in a bit fast? And she's like, not fast enough. And turns on the accelerator to force the boat to crash through the dock. And she's able to just kind of run away. And yeah, they just don't stop her, I guess.
Bye.
Yeah. So the boat crashes through the dock. It's not a big explosion. It's not like a Speed 2 situation, just a little bit of a crash. And she looks at the map and is exploring the boat, trying to find somewhere. And we see Cress is here. We do see Cress is around. So nearby, Bond and Q dock the little boat that they're in, and Bond dives into the water. And Pam gets to the bottom of the Wave Crest, where the probe was before, and the pressure container or whatever. She opens that up, and Bond swims up and out of it. So Pam has led Bond onto the boat by opening up where the probe hatch kind of is. So Bond has a rope, and he had it's like a I don't know what you would call it, but it's like some sort of package that's covered in ropes, like completely
Yeah.
wrapped around.
Yeah, I don't know how you describe that either.
Yeah, so it's
Just a
some sort of
package.
container covered in ropes. So Bond is carrying a rope with him and swam from his boat to the wave crest, climbs on board, then starts pulling on the rope, and Q kind of throws the package overboard so Bond can pull it onto the ship. And we see Sanchez and Crest meet up, and Sanchez is like, well, you've been having problems, I see, and ask about the money that Crest owes him. So we know from before that Bond stole a ton of money, and he's now coming to ask Crest, where's that money that you owe me? So he orders the men to look around for a safe to try and find where the money is. I think Sanchez asked Lope as well, like, where would the safe be? And she's like, I'm not sure, maybe check down below. And we have Sanchez kind of listening to Crest. They sit down and have a conversation, and Crest kind of explains how Bond stole all the money, but describes kind of like, yeah, then he used his harpoon on the plane
Yeah.
and skied behind it. And Sanchez is like, okay. So we see Bond opens up the pressure chamber and does something to it. And then as the two guards come looking, so the two guards who are looking for the safe come down below deck, enter the room. Bond quickly dives into the water to hide. Pam hides and then does jump into the water, which is very pointless. But the guards look inside the chamber and they see something. So one of the guards returns to Sanchez and whispers to them. And, well, I think Pam is able to swim away, and Q's like, hi, Pam. How's it going?
Old Skipper Q, yeah.
Yeah, old bow hand Q. So she's out, but Bond is still inside, in like swimming there, I think. And the guards and Sanchez, they all enter this room and they look inside the pressure chamber. It turns out it's full of money. So earlier when Bond had that package with the rope, it was actually full of the money. So Bond has put the money back into the chamber. And Sanchez grabs Crest and saying, you ripped me off. This is all you. Throws him in the chamber and locks him in. And Crest is like, no, we're not doing that. Wasn't me. But Sanchez quite calmly then starts turning up the pressure of this chamber, turning up all the dials, and you hear a lot of noise, loud noises getting kind of louder and louder, and the pressure dial goes up and up and up, and Chris is like, it hurts, and Sanchez then grabs an axe and like chops one of the valves near the pressure chamber, which I don't know what that's supposed to do. Physics-wise, I'm not sure what that situation is, but again, we forgot to invite the physics guy, so we can't. A little bit awkward. But after he does this, a lot of steam comes out of the pipe, and then Cress's head expands and then explodes, which leaves a big splat mark on the window of the pressure chamber. Mm-hmm. And when I say his head expands, I don't mean it looks away and then comes back in a little pop. It's like, no, there's like this model of Cress's head, which is like, 3 times the size?
Yeah.
As normal, just kind of, and I think, does it move a little bit as well?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is that his head has grown this much, and it's like, brr, 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 and then it just pops and explodes with blood. And I didn't mind this one as much as the Felix stuff. And I think it does tie into the fact that this is a bad dude at the end of the day. This is Sanchez punishing his own men. It's what I said all the way back with The Spy Who Loved Me, and I think Moonraker, I want to say, where it's a woman crossed Stromberg. Remember that guy?
Oh, yeah, Stromberg.
Yeah, what's up with that? Yeah. She crossed him, so even though his methods were extreme of the shark stuff, it was still like there was at least a reason. And this is kind of the same there. Like, yes, Sanchez had been tricked, but Crest was still part of the operation. The problem I do have is how bad that head looks.
Yeah.
When it expands. Yeah. It looks pretty bad.
I think they just tried to do... I don't know what film... I'm not sure about the years now, but I know when everyone talks about good head explosions in movies...
Yeah, when everyone talks about good head explosions, I'm with you.
When everyone talks about that, they always say the film Scanners, right? Where you might have seen the shot of it's like this bald-looking guy, and his head just explodes, and it looks disgusting. Like it
Is
looks
that the one where it like kind of has peeled at the neck almost?
Yeah, yeah. And I believe they did that by literally just shooting this head with a shotgun to get that effect. And it's so quick it works. Whereas with this, there's just a little bit too much time spent on the the head as is expanding, that it goes from being like kind of, I suppose it's still a bit gross with the blood, but it goes from being what could be like a really gross, gory thing to just a bit funny because it just looks funny. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like it's not needed. I don't know how to do this better. I don't really mind the idea of Sanchez like killing this guy and seeing the blood on the window. I
That
think
would be
is
enough.
pretty effective.
Yeah,
But yeah,
just have that.
yeah, you didn't really need this practical effect of his head actually has exploded. It could have just been him grabbing his head and then you just hear it and see the blood. Like that would have been really good. It's just again, there was a real effort in this film to shove blood and gore in your face. And it's like just you didn't need it. You just didn't need it to this level. You could have had a more bloody gory film than previous Bond films, but they just had to take that extra step. It was like somebody was like, no, we have to include gore. It has to have gore. It's not like how would the scene work better or what would be the best thing for the scene. It's somebody saying like we have to have gore, and it doesn't ruin the scene for me, but it's still like it was just the wrong decision.
Listen, if they can't even get a shark looking realistic at the beginning of the film, they were setting themselves up to fail with this. It was very ambitious to have such a practical effect. I do kind of give them credit for that they tried, but it just didn't look good.
It's not a bad effort. Yeah, I think it was just a misguided course at the end of the day.
Yeah. One quick thing to mention to end off this scene is one of the goons looks inside and says like, "Oh, Sanchez, what do we do about the money now?" And he says, "Launder it."
Oh, he's a comedian as
See,
well.
he can get the lines too. I thought that was quite a good line actually. Right. So then we have in my notes I've just put Q and Pam leave.
That's about it. Yeah, it's another one of these scenes where like they're on the boat and Bond's like, I work better alone. Leave. And Q looks sad.
Yeah, and they walk down the dock, and Q puts his arm around her. That's right. And
"Don't
Q's
worry."
looking back. He's looking back at Bond in the boat, like shaking his head.
Is this the 5th or 6th time that Bond has
might-
told them to leave?
Might be the 6th, actually.
It's so many. It loses all weight when it's just like, no, I work better alone. And it's like, okay. Because guess what? We've not seen the last of Pam.
Well, sadly, the last of Q, though.
Yeah,
Right?
I know.
Oh, no, we haven't. No, we haven't. He does come back. Sorry, tell the lie.
Oh, yes. Sudden sweeper.
Anyway. Yes.
So they don't.
Bond...
Neither of them leave then. Why do we keep doing this?
I don't know.
What are we doing?
I don't know. They just really wanted to sell Bond. Doesn't want them there. We get it. Bond is going solo. We get it, or at least he wants to. Anyway, Bond is back in bed. Sanchez's bed. Well, not actually Sanchez's bed. Back in Sanchez's house in his own little bedroom with a creepy fish. And Sanchez comes in, wakes him up, and says, thanks for the tip. You were right. We got him. We got the person who betrayed me. And even now, Bond is still, he's done what he needs to do in terms of getting rid of Crest, but still getting under his skin because he's like, oh, well, surely there's someone else. Like, who else? No one would try and do that alone, would they? And Sanchez is, that does make him think. He's, oh, okay, yeah. He's very impressed by Bond anyway. So he invites him. He says that they're going to go somewhere tomorrow, basically. And when Sanchez leaves, Lupe comes in, and we get a little scene with Bond and Lupe where she is, she's very, very keen on leaving, and she wants to leave with Bond. She feels safe with Bond. She trusts Bond. She wants to get out of the situation with Sanchez. She's had enough. She doesn't want to be his girlfriend anymore, and Bond is obviously still very keen to complete the mission and get rid of Sanchez. I can't actually remember what they say in this scene. They just end up kissing, and yeah. Don't know if you remember anything more.
No, not really. It's as you kind of say, she wants to leave, and it just somehow leads to them kissing. It's a bit lazy, but again, I don't see it lazy in the way that that Bond films usually are. Although it feels to me more like an 80s trope than a Bond trope, even though it is a Bond trope. But maybe that's just because I'm in full 80s mode by this point.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Back in the hotel, Pam and Bond's hotel, although it's just Pam and Q now. They're still there, so they're not quite gone yet. But Lupe arrives. Somehow she got out enough, got enough time to come and visit Pam and Q, and comes to say that she's really worried about Bond. He still wants to go and deal with Sanchez, and basically asking for Pam's help in this situation about whether they can go and stop Bond or at least help Bond. Although Pam is a little bit jealous because Lupe says about how Bond stayed the night, and there's just this little look that Pam gives, like, grow up, come on, come on now. But this is the scene where I was just like, okay, I'm definitely done with Lupe, because she just sells it as she's just completely openly in love with James now, and she even says, like, I love James so much, and the way she says this line is just cringe. It's just, honestly, I don't buy this at all.
Well, this was just to make Pam jealous.
Yeah.
Like, they really ham it up so Pam gets all jealous and is like, because she's all mad, and the whole
thing. She
goes
all Marge, yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing is all just terrible. But yeah, that's kind of why they did it, I think.
I just don't like that actress, and I don't like the character of Lupe. But after that, we see, I think this is Q's last appearance, actually, now. Q is once again in another disguise.
Yes.
How many disguises did he bring? I don't know. Well, at least 3.
Imagine the ones he didn't use, though. He had quite a few in the back
imagine,
pocket.
yeah. He opens up his wardrobe and he's like, what to use today?
Oh, I've got the big broom.
Got the big walkie-talkie broom, so I'm going to use that, which kind of reminded me of the one we saw in the last film of the rake, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was like a radio rake. But
does Q has a big mustache as well?
Yeah, he's like in this disguise and is sweeping this road on the side where Bond is being driven out. So this must be outside Sanchez's house somewhere, because he spots that Bond is being driven away. So he radios through to Pam, I guess. And Pam is on an airfield trying to get back into her plane, the one that she came in, except it's been ruined or it's been taken apart or something along those lines. I think on Sanchez's order.
Yeah, Sanchez has ordered for all planes to be like audited and like maintained, because so no one can leave on a plane.
Right. So,
although she then just turns around and there's a plane.
there's literally a plane right behind her. So she looks over and okay, so she's fine, no worries. What's basically happening now is everyone is conglomerating in this. How do they the headquarters or where
the Meditation Institute? Do you mean
the institute, or basically where Sanchez is? Where his plan and manufacturing plant and all that stuff to show all the investors that we saw earlier. So everyone's heading that way. Bond's being taken there in a car. Sanchez and Dario are heading there in a helicopter with the Stinger missiles. So they come to this this big. It's the same place that the preacher Professor Joe guy was on TV standing in front of. It's kind of funky looking place. I don't know how to describe it really. It's all made out of stone.
Yeah, it's like kind of religious, but it's very like, I guess, Central America. It's not like Aztec, but it's, I guess, that type of thing. It's just huge. It's a really amazing looking place, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. I assume, it must be a real place somewhere. I don't know. I don't think it was entirely a set, was it?
Can't be. It's so big.
It's huge.
Can't be.
So yeah, everyone's heading there, and Sanchez lands in a helicopter. Like, this big thing opens up, and they can land. Like, this big kind of door hatchway opens, and they land in a helicopter. Bond is inside with the investors. They're all being given a tour by the young American guy Truman, showing them the science labs and how all the cocaine is dealt with and manufactured and dispatched, sort of thing. So he asks them to put on a mask to not get high, to not get an addiction. So they all put on face masks, thankfully, to cover most of their face. And Sanchez and Dario eventually join this tour, and that's how Dario doesn't immediately spot Bond. Although I think he definitely there's something going on there, because he does spot Bond a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah,
to
he
actually...
starts like staring at him, trying to figure it out. So it's suspicious, but doesn't
Yeah.
know for sure.
A little bit suspicious. And further on in this tour, one of the scientists is there showing everyone about how they dissolve the cocaine in gasoline and giving this little science demonstration. And as this is going on, we see Pam, who's managed to get here as well in her plane. So she is pretending that she's got a big donation to give. She's got a big bag full of money from Bond.
Well, it's also not just the plane. Like, she lands nearby, but she actually gets off a truck with a load of pigs in the back.
Does she? Oh my, I did not remember that at all.
Yeah, like, so she does get it with the plane, but she doesn't land the plane outside the place. Instead, she just, like, hitchhikes. And I think it's meant to be a little bit of a joke. Because, like, there's, like, 2 black pigs in the back of this truck that she, like, gets off from.
Oh wow, yeah. I must have been looking away.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's getting in with a bribe, got a big donation to drop off, and she eventually gets seen by Professor Joe, who is there, and he's all dressed in all his white and looks the part, and is basically a big creep. And yeah, sorry, Professor Joe, but Pam is kind of acting up, being like, "Oh, this place is amazing, and can you show me around? Can I see more?" Because she wants to try and get closer to wherever Bond has gone. So this Joe guy says, "Sure, come with me, and I'll show you this place. It's a meditation room or whatever it is, if you're so interested in joining." And it's basically one of like it's his bedroom, which is soundproofed as well, which is like ooh. But yeah, she does kind of lead him on a bit, like laying in the bed, and he gets on with her, and that's where she reveals her little gun that we saw before, little gun on her thigh, like inside her thigh, and points it at him and takes his keys and presumably locks him inside. I don't think we see that, but he doesn't come out. So yeah, she locks him inside. And back in the lab area, they're still doing these science demonstrations, except now Dario, I think, has got close enough, and it's finally clicked. He finally knows and has spotted Bond for who he really is. So he kind of comes up behind him with a gun behind his back, behind Bond's back. And this science demonstration, part of it is Sanchez is saying how because it's done through gasoline, there's no trace. And once you've separated the cocaine from the gasoline, you can just burn the gasoline and that's it. So he does this as a little demonstration and sets this little vial alight with a big flame on it. And that's the cue for Bond to start making a bit of a ruckus. And I think he knocks over the flaming flask, and that starts a fire in this lab.
Yeah, it's very quick because all it is, it's just like a Bunsen burner just shoots up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Like nothing really goes wrong, but it's like that format that we see in all these Bond sort of things where you're like, oh, how is he going to get out of this one? Because he's in a room full of people inside the villain's lair and he's got a gun to his back, but it's just like, oh, a bit of fire. All right, let's go.
Yeah, and this place goes up quick. I mean, I guess there's a lot of gasoline around, but it's waste no time in getting the destruction going.
Yeah, definitely. But I do want to just say again, because like we talked about it, but this place is just incredible. Like they've done it again. They've found this really unique place and kind of Bondified it, I guess. So I wouldn't describe this as like a proper lair, but obviously this is their drug operation and manufacturing and where it all comes from. But of course that's not what it is in real life. But yeah, it's another one where they've taken that and made something really cool out of it. And when the helicopter arrives before at the start of the scene, like the middle of the floor, which is huge, it's insanely huge, and has these like cartoony or like stylized flame around it, completely lifts up to allow the helicopter to come in, and it just looks amazing. It's obviously probably a model or fake. I don't know how they did it. But it really sells Sanchez a lot, and it's another case of, they found an incredible place to shoot, and it looks incredible. It's a great place to have this.
Yeah, like it's up in the hills. It's all kind of this remote area, and it's. I mean, it is more rocks than metal. it's
good.
You can't break the formula that much, but it is. Yeah, I'm being kind of facetious. It is a really cool looking set. Well, not even a set some of the time.
Yeah. So. Yes, everything's now on fire or started to go on fire, and Bond gets grabbed by the two henchmen, so a load of people start leaving, but not everyone. So Sanchez is still there, and two people get grabbed, and Dario's like, "That's an informant," or he's like, "That's Bond. That's the guy. Like, he's a bad guy." So Sanchez now knows, and Sanchez straight away asks who is Bond working for, which I felt was a really nice little touch there, because of course Sanchez is trying to figure out who's behind this all, but Bond was just doing it as a personal vendetta. So I kind of liked the irony there, that he was trying to track down a big conspiracy, but it was just Bond getting revenge. I thought that was quite cool.
Yeah.
So yes, everyone's fleeing. So they tie Bond up, and we find out that somebody says like, "Hey, we can't control the fire. Like, we can't do anything. We can't stop this fire. It's too there's not much we can do." So Sanchez says like, "Grab the money, grab the gasoline and the drugs, and we just go." Of which the young man from before, like the Truman guy, is all like, "That's crazy. Like, we need to save this money." And he's like, "I don't care about the money," and freaks out a little bit. We get some angry Sanchez here, which I don't know how this actor did it, but he balances the calm and nice and the angry stuff really well. So we get him shouting a little bit. So we see Pam in like a robe running along, like heading in that direction towards Bond, but she's not there yet. So Bond is then put on a conveyor nearby. And we see at the end of the conveyor, there's like a chute. And at the bottom of the chute, there's like these two like gears or grinders that like grind up the drugs or something like that. It's all part of the process. So they put Bond on, and then they start like turning it on, or Sanchez turns it on, and he's like being pushed along, and Bond is grabbing the rail on the side to stop, and Bond is trying to convince Sanchez like, "You can't trust anyone. You don't know who's don't do this. You need to find out who's betrayed you." Sanchez isn't listening, and eventually Bond says, "The stingers. I know, like, what about the Stinger missiles?" Off which Sanchez stops the belt, and Bond says that the woman, or Lupe, has the stingers, or implies it, I think. He's dropping the idea that Lupe has something to do with the stingers. So at that point, they just turn on the conveyor belt and just leave Bond there, or Sanchez leaves, and Dario then approaches Bond with his knife. And to be honest, I didn't even click that the knife was his thing from what you were saying before.
It's not much, but I think that is his thing.
Yeah, I guess he is meant to be the henchman with the knife, but it's not too big of a deal because they don't really focus on henchmen. But this seems like some sort of like, I guess they technically wanted to say he's a proper henchman because he has a thing. But to me, his thing is the smile, the creepy smile that he does. Like, that's pretty effective in itself.
If it wasn't for having a hook hand, that would have been Teehee's thing as well.
Yeah, Teehee would have been very upset.
Because he liked a good laugh. He liked a good smile, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, they could have got on. They would have got on.
Yeah,
Dario
I think he might have even had a gold tooth as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
Best mates.
Right. But yeah, so he approaches Bond. So Bond has been... So he's hog-tied, I think is the right term. He's been tied up by the hands, and he's now gone all the way along the conveyor belt, but he's caught. So he's above the crusher in the chute, but hanging up by his hog tie. So Dario comes over and starts cutting the hog tie that Bond is hanging from, and Pam then enters at the last minute, sees everyone fleeing and leaving, and like, what happens here? So yes, okay, so I think there's a small moment because Dario saw Pam get shot, or was the one that shot Pam. So he's all like, "Oh, you're dead." And we get the reply, "You took the words right out of my mouth." And shoots at Dario and knocks him down. And then he goes onto the conveyor. He tries to hang on to Bond, but his legs gets caught, and then he's completely shredded. Of which Bam's like, "Oh, you're right." And then he's like, "Shut the bloody machine off." And that's the end of Dario.
Right. Okay, I said during that because I've just put two and two together. I did not even think that, the last time Dario would have seen her, he thinks she's dead. Like, he shot her in the back.
Yeah.
Because one thing I noted is that for some reason, well, not for some reason, now I know why, they dressed up Pam, as you say, she's in this white robe, this very long robe, pure white, not a mark on it. And when she stops in front of the crusher to shoot Dario, there's like a yellow circle behind her head. And it is very much... I feel like this this must have been on purpose to make her look. I even swear there's like a bit of an angelic sound when she does this.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Like, so, right, and then that makes sense. It's like she's come back from the dead, from Dario's perspective, I see.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because
It's a bit weird.
It's a big callback, but again, it's also just not a Bond thing. Like it's fine for an 80s action comedy, but it's not a Bond joke. Especially the payoff, like, because she's saying one-liners. Pam might have as many or more one-liners as Bond does in this film, and it's like, that's not right.
No.
But yeah, it's very, very silly. I quite like this scene. I quite like the idea of this conveyor belt and Dario again. I think Dario's a ton of fun. I wish he was in the film a little bit more if we got rid of Hella, but then I guess the Stinger stuff wouldn't have worked. But he's not in it much, but he's a ton of fun, and he gets quite a gruesome death. Although, again, it feels a little bit more justified by this point with the grinders, because he does get, like, just completely crushed in that machine. But it's, you know, it's pretty good. It's got a lot of tension. Bond hanging like that, Bond being in a desperate situation. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, and I liked as Bond is going down the conveyor and Sanchez is still there, and Bond is pleading to him in a way like about, you know, are you sure you want to do this sort of thing? And it's almost a bit like Goldfinger, where Bond says something that was enough to be like, well, hang on a minute, stop. Like, as if, you know, when he was on the laser table and he says about what was the operation called in Goldfinger? Oh man, my memory is so bad.
It's got to be something to do with the gold, surely.
Anyway,
yeah,
whatever it's called, and that was enough to make Goldfinger stop. Whereas, and you think that's going to be the case here, because he says about the Stingers and Sanchez is, oh, hang on, hold on, wait, what did you just say? But then I like how it's like, actually, no, he's going to turn it back on. He's going to make sure that he does die. He's got what he needed to know. I just like that little twist on it.
Would you like to know the name of the operation from Goldfinger?
Yeah, it's going to bug me.
It's a Grand Slam.
Grand Slam. Oh, we're going to be called fake fans.
Oh, that's already happened. It's too late now.
Oh, yeah. Whoops.
Oopsie.
So after Pam has saved Bond from the Crusher, we do get a quick shot with Sanchez meeting up with Hella. And given what he's just heard from Bond, he's obviously very suspicious. But yeah, Hella's like, you know, Stingers are fine. They're here. Don't worry. But I think Sanchez does tell one of his goons to, like, you know, keep an eye on him or something like that. Go after him. Go after Hella. Because we cut back to Bond and Pam. The whole place is exploding. This lab around them. And as they're looking for a way out, this forklift crashes through the wall and Hella is impaled on the front of it. And, oh, man. Obviously, Pam is like, oh, no. But Bond says, looks like he came to a dead end. And
what's that mean?
Well, I don't really get that in terms of, I guess, the forklift stopped. But this was, I know I've said about this before in a previous episode, but this was giving me major Austin Powers vibes of the bit where he keeps on just saying a really rubbish one-liner in the face of this really horrific thing in front of them, and eventually, like, the other lady's like, "Hey, yeah, all right, stop." It's just like this. See, the way that he delivered this line, given what we've just seen, this man impaled, and he says, "Looks like it came to a dead end." He always says it kind of cheekily. It's like, really? Now you're going to kind of slow it down and do that? It's just bizarre.
Well, usually it's Bond killing someone in like a odd way. This is just like an innocent man who was meant to be like helping out Pam as well.
Yeah.
Just like it's like a corpse burst through the wall, and then Bond's like, "Oh, I've got something for this." Well, not really, but I'll just say something anyway. But normally it's like, yeah, the format is Bond killing someone in a fight. So he's defending himself. And as part of his cool confidence, he says a line to kind of cap off the fight. That's the point. It's not just, oh, that person's dead. Right. Let's make a joke and move on.
It's quite bad. But everyone's leaving this place. It's exploding. Like, this whole institute is just blowing up around them. So Sanchez is obviously left with his Stingers, and Bond and Pam, they leave. They find a golf cart or something like that. Of course. They just happen to find that and drive that out and pinch the money back from Joe, as because they're all running out, and they drive past him, and Pam grabs the bag of money back from him, and I think it says like, "Bless you," as they drive off. So he's taking it in his stride, I guess. Yeah,
that's like his catchphrase. He's not in it a lot, but every scene he's in, he says, "Bless your heart." So
Oh yeah, bless
it's
your
like
heart.
a
Yeah.
recurring thing that he always says, no matter what happens.
I wanted more of him, even though he was a creep. But yeah, all the big tankers of the gasoline and the cocaine mixture, they're all left. They're all now on the road. Bond and Pam, they get into the plane, back into the plane, and Pam flies over one of the tankers and drops onto it. So now he's on the back of one of these big tankers that are driving around, and Sanchez, who's I think in front, is shooting at him because he's got like a machine gun or an Uzi with him and is trying to shoot Bond. And did you spot? I mean, it's difficult to miss, but like the sound of the bullets make the Bond theme.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah,
I
bad.
really,
Just why?
it just
Why?
sounded terrible.
It was just, if you're going to have a Bond theme, have a midget whistle it, because at
Yes.
least it's going to sound realistic. That
You
didn't
just don't
sound.
want this in the action scenes. Like, I don't want this at all. But if you're gonna do it, don't do it during the finale. Like, come on, we're meant to be invested at this point. Don't
Yeah.
do it here.
Because this is it now. We're getting into this is the big ending action stunts here. But no, just a little bit of time for a little Easter egg, like a little gag there. Very very strange. I just feel like they don't know what they're doing here, where they're doing like these big stunts and then they're having this terrible one-liners and then there's a little Bond theme on the bullets. It's like, oh, just stick to it. We've had this point before now. We've reached this point. We know what to expect as an audience. Don't change it. Just have Bond win the day.
Agreed.
Anyway, Bond makes his way to the front of the tanker and uses a fire extinguisher to like spray the driver and kick him out of the driver's seat. So now Bond is in control of the tanker. And I think this is where Sanchez tells... I don't know how he does this. I think they drive up alongside one of the other tankers and he tells the other tanker driver to like block his way or something like that.
Yeah, you don't hear any dialogue, so it's a bit confusing, but there's some communication between Sanchez and the driver, and you're meant to then assume afterwards that that's why the driver starts doing something different.
Yeah, because the other one starts that. So the tanker now in front of Bond starts veering over the road to block his path, and there's a pineapple truck that comes past, and Bond nearly crashes into that. And yeah, then the other tanker like tries to ram into Bond when they're like side by side. So he's trying to do what he can. But yeah, Bond gets past it all. Right, and then the order of this stuff, I need to make sure I get the order of all this stuff right. Because now one of the missiles is used. But I don't know what happened to the other tanker.
I guess it depends on what point we're in, right? I think the other tanker just crashes. I think Bond just smashes into it because they're just going into each other along the road. So Bond smashes the one that the driver is in, and that causes it just to crash on the side.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right because Sanchez tells one of his henchmen to use one of the Stinger missiles to shoot the tanker that Bond's in. Obviously, the American guy. By the way, I looked up his name because I got his name wrong. It's not Truman Lodge. It's Truman Lodge. Lodge. Truman Lodge would be a strange name. So, yeah, he's obviously not happy about all this stuff blowing up because it's money, literally money in these tankers, millions and millions of dollars. But one of the henchmen gets the Stinger missile and like locks on to Bond as he's driving towards him, and Bond kind of spots that there's this guy up ahead of him aiming this big missile launcher at him. So just as the missile's launched, Bond thankfully has this big pile of mud or tarmac or something next to him on the road, which he uses to sort of do not a wheelie? A wheelie comes
Wheelie's
up later
on the back. This is
like a side.
It.
Basically shifts the tanker onto its side wheels momentarily. So the Stinger missile goes under the tanker and hits the tanker behind. So there you go. And then the tanker does land on top of the Jeep that all these goons came in, so that destroys what they were driving in as well.
Yeah, it's... I thought it was cool.
I thought it was cool. I remembered it being cooler, though. I gotta say.
Yeah, it's not... Yeah, I don't know. I liked it. It's cool. I'm glad that they're bringing back the car on its side wheels sort of thing again, because it was cool in Diamonds Are Forever. They just kind of messed it up a little bit, so it was deserved. And there's just something so fun about this whole chase in general, seeing these big tankers because they're so huge, and it really brings something to this. So yeah, seeing it go up is cool, and seeing it explode is cool. It's all, yeah, a pretty cool start.
So once Bond has got past them, they shoot out the tires of this tanker, all these henchmen behind him. So that kind of leaves it to veer out of control a bit. So it ends up kind of half hanging off the edge of the road over a little bit of a hill. Well, quite a big hill. So Bond gets out because that's kind of like totaled now, basically. It's wrecked. And Pam helpfully flies over in her plane and drops a load of dust on all the goons. So they're distracted for a while anyway.
This goon stuff is where it kind of lost me a little bit with this.
Yeah,
because this is where there's actually a lot more comedy in this than I remember, which is kind of a shame.
Yeah, I think they should have just died. Like, get rid of them. Why do they need to come back? Well, not died, but just leave them there. They haven't got a car anymore. But no, they do come back. Bond. Oh, what does Bond do next?
So I don't think he completely totals the tanker.
Not the driving bit, right? It's just like the bit with the fuel in it.
Yeah, so he separates the fuel from the front, and that causes it to go down the hill.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that goes down the hill and perfectly timed with the other tanker. So there were three. And there was another one driving.
I think there's four.
Is there
total?
4?
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, because then...
Yeah, it's weird. But like, yeah, the whole point of the scene is that like it's a big tanker chase, but one by one they get blown up. So we've already had one get blown up by the Stinger missile, and now Bond is in the second one, but he has just unhooked the tanker bit at the back with all the gasoline, the drugs in, and that is now just like going down this hill to crash into another tanker.
Yeah, so that's 3 wiped out now. Big explosions, lots of money wasted. Truman is very upset. He's yelling at Sanchez about how much money they're losing, and Sanchez is doesn't care about the money, so he just shoots Truman with his machine gun, mows him down. So that's him taken care of.
I do love that though. It's such a small
dramatic.
Moment, it's dramatic, but it is Sanchez kind of destroying his own empire and Bond playing it. It's all like, I think narratively this is pretty satisfying, of having Bond as truly kind of destroy Sanchez in a very real sense, piece by piece. But Sanchez kind of does it himself by being manipulated by Bond. It's really, really satisfying payoff with all these. And that guy just deserves to be shot like that anyway. That's fair enough to me.
Yeah, it was annoying. But yeah, one by one, all of the men around Sanchez taken down by Bond or by Sanchez. So yeah, you're right. The goons, I keep switching between goons and henchmen. Same thing. They're back in another car now, chasing Bond. I don't know, they found another car. So they're shooting at him from behind. But now Bond's reached up to like where that big explosion was with the tankers. And so there's this big wall of fire to get through. So this is where he does the wheelie. So he does like, puts his foot down and causes this, like the front bit of a tanker, just the cab, to go up on its back wheels and get kind of safely-ish over the big wall of fire in front of him. And then the Bond music swells, a Bond theme as he does this. It is kind of cool. Like, it's just, it's just big cars, big trucks, fire. It's like all the staples of action stuff.
Yeah, it's so self-indulgent with its explosions and action, but it's just a ton of fun. It's great. Yeah. It's let's get a load of tankers in the desert and just have them all blow up and crash and fire and stuff. It's just a ton of fun.
There's just fire everywhere with this. There's just so many explosions of fire. The henchmen behind in the car, they drive through, but they don't do any wheelies, so their tires catch alight as they're driving, so their wheels are all flaming. Bond. What does Bond do next? There's just a lot of stuff that happens.
Yeah, so I think the guards it goes. Yeah, I'm not so okay. So Pam arrives on the plane because at this point Sanchez has stolen the last tanker. So now it's Bond in just the front of one of the tankers, just whatever you would call the front of it, chasing Sanchez in the last tanker, and Pam is also there with the plane. So Sanchez shoots at Bond. So Bond decides to turn on cruise control. So because Bond got shot at, that got rid of the window. He kicks out his window. And yeah, now he turns on cruise control, climbs out of the front. He reaches to the back of the tanker that Sanchez is driving. He grabs onto it. And that causes the truck that he was driving just to kind of go off the side. It doesn't explode. Just goes off the side a bit and very calmly goes down the hill. So we then still have the Dusty guards like shooting at Bond because they didn't get completely taken out. And these were the ones that kind of annoyed me a bit because these are kind of almost like the comedy bits where they were there at the start, they got covered in dust, and now they're just chasing the whole time in dust, but they just don't go away soon enough. Like they should have just died in that fire from before, but no, we've still got a Dusty guard here giving a little bit of a shot. So Bond's solution to this is that he's at the back of this truck or full of gasoline, this tanker. So he undoes the valve, which pours a load of gasoline in the road. And then does he shoot it to set it on fire, or does it just kind of set on fire by itself?
That's a good question. And I don't know the answer.
I'm not too sure either. But either way, he sets on fire the petrol that came from the valve, and that follows the streak and explodes the car. Which ends up driving off the cliff, flaming, and it almost hits Pam in the plane for some reason.
Yeah, it's quite a cool shot because it does. I guess it's a bit of forced perspective there, but it does look like it is kind of like just going over the plane on fire.
But it does also reinforce the comedy character bit with them. I really could have done without, but it's not a big deal. But could have done without. So we then see Sanchez poke the Stinger missile or the Stinger launcher out of the window, and he fires it, and it cuts a hole in the back of the plane. It's like, is that how missiles work?
Yeah, I guess it was like too early in the missile path that it didn't explode, so it just ripped a hole instead.
Yeah, all it does is rip a hole, because I think Pam is trying to get to Bond at this point and fly there. So that causes the plane to break. Hold on, I'm not too sure what happens here. Because they crash, right?
Yeah, Pam crashes, and I think the plane goes through some rocks, so the wings get smashed off it as well.
Yeah, so that stops. But I'm trying to think what happens with Bond and Sanchez. Because somehow they stop.
Oh, so Sanchez eventually just, because he's missed of his missiles, he just gets a machete. And he just climbs out, and then he cuts the brake line.
Oh, I see. Yes, that's right. So they're now fighting, but he cuts the brake line, which causes the truck to go off the side with Bond and Sanchez still on it. But they just kind of crash. Like, they just completely crash. There's no explosions, and we see Bond and Sanchez just passed out on the floor, all cuts and blood all over them, very much end of the film vibes, where they're all just kind of covered in all these marks of this big fight. So we see Sanchez passed out, and then we see Bond kind of waking up and starting to crawl. And as that happens, Bond goes for Sanchez's machete, but Sanchez grabs it before he pulls them up, and Bond says, don't you want to know why? I think he says a little bit more there about like why I'm doing all this, and he's like, don't you want to know why? And he gets out Felix's lighter. I hope everyone remembers that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he gets out the lighter. We get the shot of the front of the lighter because there was a personalized message to Bond on it. So he says, don't you want to know why? And then he turns on the lighter, and that sets Sanchez on fire. And because he's covered in petrol, so he burns off, and Bond then runs away, and because Sanchez is on fire, that causes the last tanker to explode, and Bond runs off, and we see Bond to start getting a little bit emotional here, but at that moment Pam arrives, so that stops that dead in its tracks.
Yeah, it was almost something there. It's just a moment of kind of clarity, a moment of just time to breathe.
Yeah,
I said
a
earlier,
bit of closure, a bit of
closure.
Yeah, so I don't know why they cut that off, but Yeah, Pam arrives in a truck, I think. But so the truck that Bond got up before that just rolled off the cliff, Pam is now driving it. so so he gets in, and then we just cut to that's it. That's your big finale. So I think I've already said what I think about this. A ton of fun. I think it's a great end for Sanchez as well. You really get this really great sense of Bond and Sanchez kind of fighting to the end, fighting on this tanker, giving him this machete, but to have Bond kind of set him on fire with the lighter and have him burn like that and explode, it's great end for him. Like really just a great ending scene overall. Don't like the comedy stuff with the dusty guards, but this all really paid off really well for me. Great thematically, great visually, just really great stuff here.
Yeah, having the end villain fight in like a moving, dynamic situation like this, where it is these tankers one by one getting knocked out, and everything's it's just constantly moving. And I think that helps with often these ending of Bond films. They feel like it just maybe goes a bit too sluggish, or it goes the other way and goes a bit too chaotic with massive firefights. Whereas I think this is quite disciplined in it's like one thing and it does it very well. It's like, okay, we're going to do one chase of different elements to it, but we're going to stick on that. And I think it really worked. As I said earlier, I remembered it being some bits of it being a little bit better. But I think it all overall comes together really well. And I do like, I like the car flipping through the fire. When the Bond music plays, it does still remind you, oh yeah, this is a Bond film. Times it might not have felt like it, but it is. Simple stuff, just play the Bond theme and I'm happy. So yeah, and as you say, good ending to Sanchez, like one-on-one with Bond. All really good. One of the strongest parts of the film, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. So that brings us towards the end. So we see Felix in hospital looking a lot better, still without his arm or without his leg, but still looking a bit better. And I think he's talking to Bond on the phone. And he's like, great job, James. I think M is trying to reach you. That's
a good accent. Good impression.
So, yeah, though it's kind of not directly said, but implied that M is trying to reach Bond to give Bond his job back. So he's going to get re-employed. And we see Bond meeting up with Lupe. And she has the iguana. And she decides that she likes it now. And, oh, God. So remember the scene from The Living Daylights where we get like a scene of everyone just meeting up and hanging out and it's all very corny? Well, despite this film's change in tone, we're going to do it again. So we have some jokes with Lupe and now she likes the iguana because they're having a big party in Sanchez's old house. So we see Q and Pam there. They're getting a drink. It's a very fancy party, this. Everyone's all very dressed up. And yeah, we see Bond talking to Lupe. And Lupe kisses James and says thank you. And Pam and Q look on. And Pam runs away crying. And she goes by this pool. And Bond kind of sees this. And I think Lupe's like, oh, you can go with her or you could stay with me. And Bond then leaves and Pam is crying by the pool and like the president shows up. President Hector's there.
Yeah, Bond's like, oh, I think you and the Presidente would make a fine couple. Like, really? Okay.
Yeah, I think she's meant to be like a gold digger. Not really a gold digger, but you know what I mean. Like just attaching herself. Apparently the man that played Hector Lopez was like the son of the man that played Bay from Russia with Love.
Oh, Karen Bay. That's nice.
Karen Bay. This was his son playing this role in this film. So that's quite nice.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So Bond is up above. So Pam's by the pool. Bond's up above on a balcony and he jumps into the pool. And then Bond pulls Pam into the pool. They're all laughing. And you've got Q sees this. So he just shakes his head. He's like, oh,
this is where he necks the drink. This is the other neck. Yeah, it's just like gulp. He's got two in his hand as well.
Yeah, so we get Q right until the end, which is great. And then, they kiss. And then we cut to a winking fish.
Yeah, of course.
There's like a fish statue similar to what we saw before. And it winks.
Yeah. Do you not have a winking fish in your pool?
I just want to cut to like Felix getting his legs cut off, and then it just hard cuts to the winking fish. And it's like, what are you like? Why are these? It didn't make me that mad because it's right at the end of the film, but when I say it out loud and think about it, just why are these endings so corny for the Timothy Dalton films? I didn't realize it, but both of these have been so insanely corny, where everyone's just so happy, ecstatically happy and enjoying themselves. Like, the Roger Moore films didn't do that. A View to a Kill didn't do that. Octopussy didn't do that. It's just something they've introduced for these last two for Timothy Dalton, these like comedy sort of endings where it was like, ha 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 ha, everyone's merry. So I don't understand.
Almost like a freeze frame ending. I expected just to pause with all them like toasting their drinks and then happy music plays. Yeah.
Well, I said before, I think the last one, it could have ended with like a Shrek style sing along, and this is the same. Like, oh, Q, ha ha ha, and then he starts singing. It's like, and then the credits play after the winking fish.
Yeah.
And we get another love song. It's, again, a brand new song. Not anything we've heard before. It's just kind of like an 80s lovey, I guess, R&B style sort of song. I don't really know anything about it. Don't really have much to say about it because we're at the end of the film by this point. But yeah, like they did with the last film, they do the same thing where they've got an original song just for the end credits, which is more like the romantic style song.
Yeah, I remember not liking it, but that's about it. Really nothing to add about that.
Yeah, it's very kind of whatever at the end of the day. So there we go. That was a License to Kill.
Oh, well, there we are. What did you think?
Well, I think it's me, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is you.
Yeah, because the last one was Living Daylights. But this is such an interesting film because this is, I've already mentioned this, but it's worth repeating. This is the first time where I was like, this isn't really a Bond film. So then the question in my head, there's two questions in my head. Like, is this a good Bond film? And also, is this just a good film? And I would say it's not a very good Bond film, but it is a very enjoyable like 80s action film. I actually did get quite into this after about maybe a third of it in. It starts off a little rough. I don't really like some of that gore with Felix, and the opening's decent enough. But after that point, I'm not really into it because it's like transitioning away from being what a Bond film is. But once they get to the casino, I think after that point, I had a really great time watching this one. It's a little bit long, but it's a John Glenn film, so they're all a little bit long. But I think it really works as that action kind of thing. And, well, obviously the highlight is Sanchez as the villain. He really stands out. He really is memorable. He's intimidating when he needs to be, but he's charismatic when he needs to be. There's a real tie between him and Bond, and there's real kind of chemistry between those two when they talk, and they really establish that connection. And the action is also pretty good overall. I mean, mostly it's just the tanker scene. Everything else is just kind of okay. But everything else is okay overall. What does ruin it for me a little bit is some of these tropes are a little bit too much. I don't think Pam is very good. She does annoy me. By the time I got to the end, I didn't really hate her all that much because I was just in full, like, whatever, city action mode. But especially for the first half, when I was trying to take her somewhat seriously, she was just annoying. But we get Q, and Q is just so charming and enjoyable. It's such a mixed one, though, because I like Q here, but Q's such a Bond character. So it's like, it's such a weird balance. So it's like, I did like it. And I actually came away, like, as a film, I liked it more than The Living Daylights. And I think I got a lot more out of it, and I had a good time with it. But yeah, I would never rewatch this as, like, I'm in the mood for Bond. So in terms of ranking it, that makes it really, really difficult. Because it's like, when I compare this to The Living Daylights, it's like, well, I think this is a better film. I got more out of this film than that. And I think it's a lot more enjoyable. But The Living Daylights is a proper Bond film. But I don't want to judge License to Kill too harshly for this, because I think I might be thinking that just because we've seen 16 of these in a row now. So you kind of really establish hard in your head what makes a Bond film. And I think it kind of creates maybe some unrealistic expectations for this as well. But saying that, I still think tonally it's a bit of a mess in that first half anyway. So that's still a discredit towards the film. So I think I'm going to rank it more in terms of just how much I enjoyed it overall, rather than just purely how good of a Bond film is it. It's not a great Bond film, but it's still a pretty good film. But this is where it's going to get confusing because I enjoyed it more than The Living Daylights, but I still enjoyed A View to a Kill more than this. But I need to move A View to a Kill higher because I enjoyed License to Kill more than Moonraker.
Right. A little bit of juggling now. Yeah.
So the only I'm going to make, before I put it in, I'm going to move A View to a Kill up by 2 places. So it's currently between Moonraker and The Living Daylights at 11. I'm going to move that to number 9 and put it between The Man with the Golden Gun and Live and Let Die. I did mention about thinking about doing this when I did rank A View to a Kill, but now that I'm trying to add License to Kill, it makes it very messy, and I need to move this for my list to make sense, and if I don't, my list no longer makes sense. So A View to a Kill goes up 2, and then I'm going to put License to Kill underneath A View to a Kill at number 10, would that be?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes The Man with the Golden Gun at 8, A View to a Kill at 9, License to Kill at 10, Live and Let Die at 11, and then Moonraker at 12. And that is, but again, it would be, I think Moonraker is a better Bond film still, but I think I just got more out of this one, and I'm going to lean into ranking it as such.
Right. Wow. A little bit of a shift, a little bit of a reorganization for you, but yeah,
it was
whatever.
time. It was time.
Yeah, it's going to have to come. I mean, I was looking at my list, and I am struggling now as well. I think for me, I don't want to just repeat a lot of the stuff you said, so I won't. But yeah, kind of quite a conflicted film for me, especially in terms of tonality. I agree, at times it didn't really feel like a Bond film, and to me, that is the core thing I need from this. Like, we are doing a Bond podcast, we are rewatching the Bond films, it needs to be a Bond film, and at times it did, and at times it just strayed too far into the 80s action and tried too hard to move away from the tried and tested formula. So I think there's loads of things I really liked about this film still. I think Timothy Dalton was kind of more into it, like more confident in his role, maybe finding his footing a bit more. The villain, Sanchez, yeah, he's great. It's great that they actually had a good villain and they used him to his fullest potential rather than wasting a good actor and a good villain. He's in the film loads and I love it for it. And the idea of a revenge plot like this, very personal revenge, is a good one. I just think sometimes it gets a bit muddied up in here. But it does equally suffer from the John Glenn usuals of length and just a bit too much plot sometimes, like thrown into the mix. And I just don't like Lupe. I don't mind Pam. I don't like Lupe. So, yeah, I'm now in a bit of a pickle here because I think I like this more than Living Daylights. However, I'm not going to put it above Diamonds Are Forever, which is they're currently next to each other.
Okay, so, perfect. There we go. Nice. Easy peasy.
Well, logically, you think, okay, I'll put this in at number 10 on my list of License to Kill. And I think I'm going to. I think it is going to stay at number 10. So above Living Daylights, but below Diamonds Are Forever.
Very nice.
However...
Oh, no.
As you've said, given the amount of time that we've been doing this now and just the amount of Bond films I've seen, and our viewpoints are beginning to change given like the time that's passed, I'm looking lower down my list and I'm thinking, is this really better than Goldfinger?
Oh, it was bound to happen.
It was bound to happen, and I think I've really screwed myself over because some of these, like Goldfinger and On Her Majesty's Secret Service, I think it's kind of a bit harsh to put them below this. I'm a little bit stuck, but I'm going to leave it as it is for now because I need to think about this a bit more. So at the moment, my list is staying exactly the same, but this is going in at number 10.
Okay. Are you thinking maybe just move those two up above these two underneath Diamonds Are Forever? Is that the potential?
Yes, I think that's it. I think they're not going to beat Diamonds Are Forever because that is my guilty, treat. But my guilty pleasure. But yeah, I think there is some reorganization needed on my part, but not for now.
Yeah, have a think.
Have a little think about it.
Oh, you know what's happened here?
We've watched too many Bond films.
Well, there's that. But we've also ended up with The Man with the Golden Gun at number 8. Both of us. How did that happen?
That was another thing I thought as well. It's like we've been praising the villain in this film. Sanchez is great. Was he better than Christopher Lee? Was he better than Scaramanga? I don't know. That is really hard.
I would say yes, but that's not necessarily like maybe individual scenes, but as like Christopher Lee is better, but personally I would say Sanchez is probably better.
Yeah, it's just apples and oranges, really, isn't it? It's just too difficult.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I always find that stuff interesting though, that our films were ranked, because you ranked Man with the Golden Gun so much higher than I did, but it still ended up in the same place.
It's creeping up still somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've ended up with A View to a Kill back in my top 10. So
yes,
here we go, baby.
Where it belongs.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, so I guess maybe we should reflect a little bit on old Tim. Was he given a bad ride? Like, was he unfairly taken off too early, or does he kind of, I guess he's got a little bit of a cult classic sort of thing going on, right? Like, there's a lot of people who love him. Is that kind of fair or not?
Yeah, I don't know. I really wanted to like him more in these films, and I don't think he is the problem at all. I think you can definitely tell the way he has gone with the character. He obviously cared about it. I just think he was dealt a bad hand with the stories that he was in, and especially in The Living Daylights, where they were just still working out what to do with his interpretation of Bond, and then they kind of maybe went a bit too far with it in this one. It's like we didn't quite get the sweet spot for Timothy Dalton, and it's a shame.
Yeah, I felt like Timothy Dalton never got his like Skyfall or Goldfinger. You know how like that third film, The Spy Who Loved Me, like whenever they get to the third one, they've figured it out and they go all in. And I think Timothy Dalton he deserved that third film to figure it out. But even so, like if you just take it as these films, I don't think he got an unfair shot. Like, he's pretty good. I like him, but this hasn't convinced me that he's like underrated or anything. I think he's about right. He did a good job. It was still a little bit confused, and the Bond era in the 80s, I said this at the start, and I'll say it again, was more of a transitional phase and a bit of an awkward phase. And he was a bit of a victim of that. But yeah, to me, it seems about right. And really, I think Pierce Brosnan was kind of a very logical step after this, and in some ways just did a better job of mixing in traditional Bond with these elements we saw in this film. So I like him. I liked him, but I don't think I've really changed my opinion that much of the guy. You know, he was a little bit more awkward in The Living Daylights than I remember, and this one was also hadn't quite found its landing. But yeah, I liked him, but I haven't suddenly become a big Tim nut.
Yeah, I'm the same. I liked him. I like him too. But even before doing this podcast, if you had told me to rank the Bond actors, he still would have been probably just above George Lazenby. I think I still like all the other ones more. So what's happened in terms of the ranking hasn't really surprised me. They have been kind of middling to low on my end. I think what really happened here as well with Timothy Dalton, he was a victim of just John Glenn's tenure as well.
Yes.
I think new Bond actor, they just needed a new director. They needed someone with a fresh vision of the character, but instead he was locked into, what had come before him, and it just really suffered because of it.
Yeah, and I don't think John Glenn was even that bad. There's been times where I've been very upset at John and very frustrated by him and his style and the way he puts together the films, but he's not really that bad outside. If you'd got rid of Octopussy, it's still like an okay run, still not really that bad at all, like pretty solid. It's like he does things his own way, and for 5 films, especially for how long he makes these films, for all the pigeon nonsense, for all this, for the like corpse obsession, all these weird things he has in these films, for 5 films, it's just too many. And I'm just very glad we're kind of able to shut the book on the Glenn era. It's just like, he had some good ideas. I think he had a decent vision for Bond. We just didn't need to see it 5 times.
That's exactly it. I like John Glenn. For Your Eyes Only is number 2 on my list. I loved For Your Eyes Only way more than I thought I would. For now.
Here comes Goldfinger, baby.
He's moved that right up. No, what he brought early on, great. But yeah, just time for a change, and thankfully we're getting it. So, whew.
Yeah, there we go. Because it was legal reasons that actually killed it.
Yeah.
Timothy
Yeah.
Dalton was contracted for a third film, but then there was a lot of like legal court stuff I was reading. That meant the rights of the Bond got put on hiatus, and by the time they came back to do another one, it was kind of over. They weren't able to get Tim, so they moved on to someone new.
It wasn't more Kevin McClory nonsense, was it?
No, it was like
that
the
gone,
company
yeah.
that owned the James, like somebody bought one of the companies that owns like MGM or something. Like it was like big companies buying other big companies that then caused a dispute between them about who owns what.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it was no one's really fault. It was just unfortunate timing. But I found that interesting because it wasn't like they took a hiatus on purpose. They had to. But there's like details of what the third Timothy Dalton film would have been. You can read those details. It's out there.
Oh, really? I've
Yeah.
actually never read that. That would be quite interesting to see.
Yeah, they had plans. They were moving it forward ahead. It was just legal issues caused them to delay for a little bit. By the time they came back for Bond 17, things changed.
By the time they came back, the USSR had collapsed, Soviet Union had gone. What on earth were they going to do?
Oh, God. Just do Russia anyway, apparently.
Yeah, it's just, who's other than now? It's still the Russians.
Yeah, they're still not our friends.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Any last thoughts before we go, Joe?
Nothing major. I think I definitely have respect for Timothy Dalton and I really wanted to like your films more, but you're still going to be down there in the list of Bond actors for me.
Agreed. That's completely fair. So you got to go and ponder your list as well. Got
I
some
really
homework.
do. I'm going to have to do some serious thinking right now.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you very much for listening. You have been listening to episode 16 of the Bond Revisited podcast. The Bond Revisited podcast will return next week with GoldenEye.